And that brings us to our next public hearing, which is our final public hearing of the afternoon, which is a public hearing on a proposed zoning ordinance amendment regarding data centers. And at this time, as soon as staff is ready, we would recognize county staff for a staff presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm Carmen Bishop in the Zoning Administration Division, and I'm joined here by Tracy Strunk, Director of the Department of Planning and Development, and Leslie Johnson, our Zoning Administrator. I'm also joined by John Botts, the Pretreatment Manager for the Industrial Waste Section with the Department of Public Works and Environmental Services. And I'm also joined by Corinne Babek, Senior Planner with DPD. The proposed amendment revises the permissions and the use-specific standards to strengthen the requirements for data centers for compatibility with surrounding uses and to address issues such as noise and building design. In the text in the staff report, there are various options included, and where there are options, staff recommends option 1, and then there are some advertised ranges, and I'll be mentioning some of those as I go through my presentation. For the permissions, looking at that top table on the slide, the permissions in the conventional districts are revised to add an SE for the I-4, I-5, and I-6. And this will pair with the use-specific standards that I'll be going over in just a moment and would allow for certain of those standards to be modified by SE. And then option 2 in that top table would remove the allowance for a by right data center in the C3 and C4 commercial districts and would instead allow it there only by SE. Now looking at the bottom table for the planned districts, there we recommend removing the allowance for a data center from the PRC district. There currently are no data centers existing or approved in the PRC. And then the permissions are shown to be changed to an SE in the planned districts. And this is because sometimes the proffers broadly allow all or most of the uses that are allowed in the zoning district. So this will ensure that that location has been specifically planned for a data center. And then option 2 in that lower table would retain the allowance for a data center in the PRC by SE. And then lastly, I'll note that all options for permissions have been advertised for consideration. Now, over the next few slides, I'll be providing an overview of the proposed use-specific standards. The zoning ordinance currently has a standard for the enclosure of equipment, and that standard is proposed to be revised. The revised standard would apply in all of the zoning districts where data centers are allowed, including the I-4, I-5, and I-6, where it currently does not apply. The standard also is revised to specify that its intent is to mitigate visual and noise impacts. It would apply to all HVAC and power equipment, including the power generators and any accessory electrical substations. The standard has also been revised to recognize that it isn't always mechanically feasible to enclose all types of cooling systems. And if that is the case, then a screening wall would still be required in order to provide that visual and noise mitigation. For the C3 and C4 districts, the proposed amendment retains the maximum size of 40,000 square feet for a by right data center. The amendment removes the allowance for a larger size with the repurposing of an existing building. The I-4 district is proposed to be added to the current standard that applies in I-2 and I-3 and allows a maximum size of up to 80,000 square feet for a by right data center. The amendment removes the allowance, again, like with the C3 and C4, for a larger size with the repurposing. And then for both of these districts, for both of these standards and all 5 of these districts, a larger size would be allowed with an SE approval. Now, various advertised options are included in the text for these standards, and including the option to retain the allowance for a larger size with repurposing, or to set a maximum size for that repurposing of 200,000 square feet. The amendment does not include a proposed maximum size in the I-5 and I-6 districts, and this is intended to encourage data centers to locate in those heavier industrial districts. The proposed amendment includes a setback for the building or any equipment of 200 feet from a residential lot line. And this would apply where a property is zoned to a residential district, whether it's developed with a residential use or not, and to a property that is used for a residential use, even if it's zoned to another district. And the amendment includes an advertised range of up to 500 feet. The Planning Commission recommended a setback of, for the building of 200 feet and for any ground level equipment of 500 feet unless that equipment is located on the other side of the building from the residential use. The amendment also includes a setback of 1/2 mile from a metro station, and here we have advertised a range up to 1 mile, and the Planning Commission did recommend that 1 mile. And then both of these setbacks could be reduced with special exception approval. Now, of course, your zoning district setbacks, they continue to apply, as well as transitional screening. And with the recent update to transitional screening, a 50-foot wide transitional screening yard is required between industrial and residential uses, and this is the maximum transitional screening yard that we have in the zoning ordinance. The proposed amendment includes submission requirements for a noise study with a rezoning or a special exception, and then also before site plan approval. So this is going to apply to by right development as well. And then a post-construction study would be required before issuance of the certificate of occupancy. The proposed amendment also includes building design standards that would apply to by right development, to include a main entrance feature, facade variation, and fenestration. And then a more flexible provision would apply with a rezoning or special exception where your architectural renderings could be submitted for review. And then here, this diagram kind of puts it all together and shows what a by right data center could look like in the I-5 or I-6 districts with a 75-foot tall building, which is the maximum height allowed, a 200-foot setback to residential, 50 feet of transitional screening. You have the enclosure of equipment and a entrance feature and the fenestration. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff at this point? Any questions of staff? Supervisor Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, staff. One quick question. Can you put it on slide 4 for a second? My question is, when it said that it would be, you wanted to enclose equipment when feasible, what equipment would be feasible to enclose? I think it's been my understanding that no equipment would be able to be enclosed outside.
So plenty of equipment can be enclosed, such as your generators. They are typically enclosed, and there are other types of equipment that can be enclosed. The equipment that typically can't be enclosed would be something like a cooling tower. And so that type of equipment, whether it's located on the ground or on the rooftop, can be screened by a wall instead.
All right, thank you.
Additional questions? Supervisor Harity.
Yeah, along that line, feasible, if you build something big enough, anything can be enclosed. Pretty much anything can be enclosed. I worry a little bit about feasible versus practical. I mean, it might be feasible to enclose something, but if it takes a ton more power, a ton more space, a ton more, you know, units to cool that space, does that make it feasible? Or does that knock it out of feasible if you're spending a whole bunch more electric money and everything else to fully enclose it?
Yeah, I understand your question. We did coordinate this standard with the building official, and they indicated that it would be based on manufacturer specifications, the degree to which equipment could be enclosed. And then we have heard from industry, and they provided a list of different types of equipment that they do typically enclose and that they don't typically enclose. And I will say we agreed on that list. So there are various equipment types that they come in boxes and so forth, and that's considered enclosed. And then a cooling tower, as I mentioned, is not typically enclosed, but that would have the screening wall. So that's
So there's going to be a reasonableness in that.
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And I believe that language is also intended to be able to make sure that the conditions, the language that we use stays pertinent to what's happening in industry with technology and other things, because there is a feasibility question about what's feasible today as we sit here and what might be feasible in years into the future. And so we're not necessarily prescribing that here today, and that's one of the reasons for that flexibility. Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions at this time? Yes, Supervisor Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Planning Commission had recommended 500-foot setback, correct?
The Planning Commission's setback from residential was, they kind of like did both. So 200 feet for a data center building.
Yeah.
And then 500 feet for any ground level equipment, unless that equipment is separated from adjoining residential by the data center building.
And you're recommending?
The staff recommendation is a 200-foot setback for the building and the equipment.
Why not just make it 250 and cut it in half? Why did you go to 200?
We do have an advertised range of 200 to 500 feet for the board's consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additional questions of staff at this time? There will be other opportunities, but at this time, Supervisor Bierman.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, that with the setbacks and the generators that are outside, the Planning Commission says it's either 500 from the R district, but or if it's on the other side of the building. So if you've got an industrial district next to an industrial district, but then next to an R district, that incentivizes moving the generators over so that it backs up onto the other industrial district rather than the residential. Is that the purpose of that sort of dual-hatted way of doing it?
I mean, I will say that there's so many different lot layouts that it's hard to speak to all of them. We are concerned, where there could be an incentive to create a spite strip or an outlot in order to avoid certain requirements. But, I think the Planning Commission wanted, my understanding of their intent was to maximize the distance for ground level equipment.
But to be clear, to create the spite strip, it would have had to be, what you're talking about would have had to be a spite strip zone for residential, and we're not creating spite strips here, so I'm not really sure I understand that issue.
The spite strip could be industrial, so that's an outlot that doesn't meet the lot size requirements under the zoning ordinance.
Well, yeah, but here, in the Planning Commission, it says, or separated from the lot line of an R district or a property properly developed with, or a property developed with residential use by the principal data center building. So, I mean, it's the spite strip thing to me is a red herring. I don't think there's a problem with spite strips because you're essentially saying you need to create a spite strip of residential strips around a data center, and that would be up to us, not not somebody who's out there buying up spite strips. Somebody bought a spite strip in my neighborhood. It's a total pain, but truth. Anyway, that's all I got for right now.
Okay. Additional questions, Supervisor Walkinshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask about building design and fenestration, and maybe you can talk us through the challenge of establishing objective standards in the zoning ordinance for maybe the somewhat subjective goal of making a data center look like something else. And, you know, all of us have dealt with this challenge as it relates to self-storage, probably. And it seems to be, you know, kind of a developing area of interest for the industry and jurisdictions around the country. And so can you talk us through that challenge and how you feel the 30% fenestration in the standards accomplished that or didn't? And I guess one of my concerns and questions is if we, assuming we adopt the standards as they are here, given the kind of evolving nature of the architecture of data centers, will we have the flexibility under by right scenarios to get the best kind of design for the surrounding communities?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. We did strive in drafting the proposed standard for the by right development to be specific as we have to be for by right development, but maybe not too specific. So it allows developers to be creative as designs evolve over time. So the requirement does include for that main entrance feature that I mentioned. And then facade variation, this is to provide, so you don't just have, you know, your single blank wall, but the variation could be many different things. It could be accent material, it could be texture, it could be color. So there's a lot of flexibility in meeting that standard. And then the fenestration, it could include, and the standard does specifically mention this, so you know, it won't be a question for interpretation later, that it could be faux windows, because that might be the need with a data center, but some sort of windows and door feature. And we have not received any objections from the data center industry about that by right standard. So we kind of tried to strike a balance where enough, we're asking enough, we're providing direction to developers to indicate here's what we would like to see, but not too specific that they can't be creative to their own designs.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions at this time before we begin our formal public hearing? Okay. I'm not seeing any at this time. As I mentioned, this is a public hearing. I do have a speakers list that right now has 59 people on it. And so I'm going to ask for everyone's cooperation. You know your number. I'm going to call your name and number. When we're getting close to your time to testify, please, please, please come down closer to the podium so that when I call your name, we're not rushing up and down the stairs or causing somebody to get injured here. And so we're going to do our best to get through these speakers, and if you could cooperate with that, I would appreciate it. Our first speaker is Renee Grebe, to be followed by Whitney Redding, Terry Clower, Douglas Bell, and Bradley Gray are our first 5 speakers. And speaker number 1 is a representative for Nature Forward. Ms. Grebe, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McKay and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Renee Grebe, Northern Virginia conservation advocate for Nature Forward and also a Fairfax County resident. Thank you for creating the opportunity to engage on this huge topic of data centers and to address this unique kind of land use. We submitted written comments in partnership with 13 other organizations, which you should have. Data centers might be one of the most pivotal issues of our generation. Zoning changes that you approve today will have decades-long consequences on our county and its residents. It's hard to be here today and not talk about the Chantilly Premier Data Center, which was approved in January. At last month's ZOA public hearing, Prior Planning Commissioner Shoemate talked passionately about the solid outcomes the county reaped from that application, and he was right. We did. But even he didn't recall that those positive outcomes were a direct result of that project being a special exception, an SE. Back in January at the Chantilly Premier public hearing, I was inspired to hear bold and positive comments from several of you about what was to come for these future data center standards. For example, Supervisor Stork, you said, "You have a data center that's met what I anticipate our future board standards are going to be for data centers." And Supervisor Walkinshaw, you said, "We also have the opportunity to establish standards that are highest in the Commonwealth, if not the highest in the nation. And I think the work of this application and the work that staff has done with our data center report put us on that path. I agree with Supervisor Jimenez that moving forward, I would like to see us go even further." It must be said that these promises are not met with the proposal in front of us. Right now, the only way to achieve some of the standards adhered to in the Chantilly Premier application, to make those the standard going forward, is to negotiate with builders. By right development doesn't allow discussion or negotiation. By right development doesn't reference our comprehensive plan guidance. Discussion, negotiations, and adherence to our comprehensive plan come with special exceptions. Chantilly Premier standards that you stated we would want come with a special exception. We've been told that the zoning ordinance can't do it all. Noise issues need to be handled by an update to the noise ordinance. There's an update to the policy plan coming in the future. Those things don't matter at this moment. At this moment, only special exceptions can get us to meet the standards of the Chantilly Data Center. Fauquier County has SEs for data centers over 50,000 square feet. Leesburg has SEs for all data centers, and Loudoun right now is currently pursuing SE language as well. Requiring SEs is not unique or groundbreaking for us to do. In January of this year, Chairman McKay, during the Chantilly Premier public hearing, you boldly stated that through your motion, the goal was to, quote, "make sure that if we're going to do any data centers in Fairfax County, the ones we do in this county are going to be done at the highest standards we can possibly foresee." That statement demonstrated fantastic leadership and understanding that the data center industry is going to be evolving. But this amendment doesn't get us anywhere close to fulfilling that vision of that statement. Shutting the door today to special exceptions for all data center walks away from the vision that county residents were promised via the board statements back in January. If implementing SE policies for all data centers is not possible for some reason at this hearing, we'll be undermining the county's important climate goals. I implore you to, at minimum, select option 1 in the staff report where it presented those options. Make the by right setback for residential and the data center building and the noise polluting equipment both at least 500 feet, not the 200 feet of the staff proposed. Require 1 mile setback for metro for by right. And lastly, ensure that this ZOA would go into effect for all data centers not yet approved, just as the Planning Commission recommended. Particularly from an equity perspective, as it was highlighted in the board packet, we do not want to see another community needlessly impacted by data centers like the Meadows at Chantilly Mobile Home Community was last week. The board must protect its residents. I also urge you to adopt the Planning Commission's follow-on motions for the June 12th, initiating a discussion with the power companies and DPWS's monitoring of wastewater issues and concerns. Please take the bold steps today to implement the vision put forth in your statements in January. That is the vision we came here to support, and we appreciate that you can do all you can tonight to make that happen. On this 100-degree day with a drought facing us, stronger regulations through special exceptions are needed to do all we can to protect any and all of our residents adjacent to where data centers will be built to meet and also to meet our our county's climate and resilience goals. Thank you for the consideration of our comments.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 2 is Whitney Redding. Ms. Redding here. Welcome.
I'm afraid I'm going to cough, which is why I have this. Good evening. Friends of Homes Run is a 501c3 stewardship and advocacy group with 300 members in the Homes Run Cameron Run watershed. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. It's hard to imagine that a data center could be squeezed into our densely populated urban part of Fairfax County, but a by right data center complex, 2 data centers totaling 466,000 square feet plus a substation, is very much under consideration in the Bryn Mawr area. Of course, data center developers have as much right to build in Fairfax County as anyone else. That much is not in dispute. No one I know is trying to turn back the tide on the technology we all depend on, and we all understand the importance of diversifying our local economy. The devil is in the details, however. The Bryn Mawr Plaza 500 project is a poster child for why there needs to be more basic common sense guardrails as to how and where these data centers are situated. In theory, industrial zoned areas such as Plaza 500 make perfect sense for data center placement. Since data centers are going to have to go somewhere, it's better to have them away from sensitive natural areas and people, and one would expect industrial zones to fit the bill. From our point of view, redevelopment of aging, already impervious industrial parks that predate modern stormwater practices presents a great opportunity to address long-standing issues within local watersheds. In reality, though, not all I-5 sites are equal. In addition to adjoining dense residential communities on two sides, 79% of the Plaza 500 property has been designated a resource protection area. The purpose of resource protection areas is to protect vital inland feeder streams, in this case, both Backlick Run and Turkey Cock Run, and by extension, the local watershed, water system, downstream communities, the Potomac, and ultimately the Chesapeake Bay from the cumulative damage of polluted urban runoff that deluge our waterways as our area becomes more developed. Resource protection areas provide an all-important buffer and are often the last green standing, providing habitat, shade, flood control, and a corridor for local wildlife and migrating birds. The fact that the county zoning ordinance allows a data center to be built by default, where, again, 79% of the property is in a resource protection area, runs counter to why there's a resource protection area in the first place. The fact that 2 data centers plus a substation can be built by right means the county has not given itself the leverage to require optimal stormwater management or other site-specific environmental protections. In the case of Plaza 500, there's already tons of aging impervious surfaces on the site dating to the 70s. Without the leverage of a special exception process, like the county followed in the Chantilly project apparently, the county can't require the developer to do more than the minimum to fix old wrongs. These 2 streams will continue to fail. What a lost opportunity. Secondly, since the utilities are exempt from the usual RPA restrictions, the proposed new substation serving the Bryn Mawr data center or any other data center that is close to an RPA that might face the same issue will become an additional disturbance to the resource protection area, especially if there will be any kind of distribution lines through there. Wildlife is super sensitive to intrusions. Noise pollution is a form of habitat loss that extends well beyond the actual habitat, and I wonder if your noise ordinance covers that. Overhead, lighting, tree removal, vibrations, pavement, maintenance work, clearings, power lines, all of these repel wildlife and further undermine the efficacy of resource protection areas. Our 2 main asks: require all data centers to go through the special exception process so the county has the leverage to make more meaningful improvements on the site. If you don't do that, please set a standard for distance between data centers and environmentally sensitive areas such as RPAs. And lastly, please adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation that any new rules be evenly applied to all applications that have yet to be approved. Please don't grandfather any rush jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 3 is Terry Clower, to be followed by Douglas Bell, Bradley Gray, James Parmalee. If I've called your name, please make sure you're down close and ready to testify. Mr. Clower, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman McKay. My name is Terry Clower. I am the Northern Virginia Chair in Local Government, Professor of Public Policy at George Mason University, where I also run the Center for Regional Analysis and the Stephen Fuller Institute. I sent you all a letter in early May outlining many of the views I have on this proposed legislation, and I'd like to reiterate just a couple of points here and then address a couple of things that are not in that letter. Data centers currently have a positive impact on our locality and our region, both in terms of jobs, spillover economic impacts, as well as, of course, important tax revenues. And in fact, data centers are one of our few economic bright spots in this region in recent years. Your decision that you're making here comes at a time when Fairfax is facing unprecedented economic and fiscal challenges. The economic development game is simply different than it has been before. Give you a couple of stats. In 2023, If we look at the 360 largest counties across this country, in terms of job growth, Fairfax County ranked number 299. If I go back a little bit further and look post-Great Recession, from 2010 through current, if this county had simply grown at the U.S. national average, you would today have 126,000 more jobs than we do in this market, in this county. Our economic success in the future will be based on emerging technologies, particularly in the sectors that are identified in the county's economic development strategy. I'm talking about artificial intelligence, quantum, proteomics, genomics, those kind of things. All of these emerging technologies depend on having the right infrastructure, and data centers are a key part of that infrastructure. It is where these industries will develop. Without all of these elements of our infrastructure, we will see growth pass us by. We have other places that want the investment that we are in competition with. Two issues I didn't raise in the letter to you guys earlier, the grandfathering issue. And this applies also to the whole process of having an entire industry have to do everything through special exceptions. You're in competition for every dollar that gets invested in this county. Competition from across the country, internationally as well. If you take away regulatory certainty, we increase the cost of development and the cost of investment. And we may well lose on some of those investments simply because they won't know what to expect when they come to invest in Fairfax County. Finally, just one quick thing, if I might, Mr. Chairman. CRE recently completed an analysis where we were looking at the impact of proximity to data centers on for-sale home properties. We looked at over 6,600 sales that happened in Fairfax County in 2023. And the bottom line is that once you get close to a data center, and we had to go within a quarter of a mile to get enough to have a valid sample, there is no statistically significant impact of the presence of a data center when you control for all of the other market factors, size of property, proximity to metro, all of those factors. So it is not impacting property values. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clower. Speaker number 4 is Douglas Bell, to be followed by Bradley Gray, James Parmalee, William Walsh. If you're here, make sure you're ready to testify. Mr. Bell, welcome.
Thank you for having me here. My name is Douglas Bell. I'm a senior principal consultant and president of Kavanaugh Tachi Associates, which is an acoustical consulting firm in the Boston area, for 50 years. Over the 35 years as a principal consultant at this firm, I've been in charge of over 1,000 projects associated with environmental sound. I'm thoroughly familiar with noise produced by all industrial facilities. In fact, I co-authored a textbook on the topic of industrial noise control, fundamentals and applications. I literally wrote the book. I'm qualified to speak to you about noise and data center noise. It's my professional opinion that there is no need for Fairfax County to provide a special zoning amendment for data centers to control sound. There is no compelling evidence that data centers are more acoustically impactful than other permitted industrial uses. In fact, it's my opinion that from an acoustic standpoint, data centers represent one of the more benign uses permitted on commercial and industrial zoned lands. The noise sources are predictable and controllable. Following good design practices, data centers can be built to meet appropriate noise standards and not produce an adverse acoustic impact at acoustically sensitive receptors. The Fairfax County Noise Ordinance currently provides equitable and practical restrictions on environmental sound produced by all industrial uses, including data centers. This is a robust and unambiguous ordinance which has served the county for decades. In fact, at the Planning Commission hearing in June, county staff indicated that there have been no complaints against Fairfax County data centers. The proposed amendment provides two standards to presumably address noise produced by data centers: a setback for adjacent residential use and full equipment enclosures and/or screening walls. Neither of these provides any additional protection against noise impacts that aren't already addressed by your noise ordinance. The noise ordinance defines maximum project sound levels at receptor boundaries regardless of arbitrary setbacks or screening requirements. The ordinance even contemplates residential uses by providing more strict limits to sound propagation into residential districts and even adjusting the limits during high sensitivity periods such as nighttime. To be clear, the limits are the limits, regardless of arbitrary setbacks or distance between the source and the receptor. As I see it, setbacks only potentially reduce tax revenues by reducing the development of industrial and commercially zoned land without providing any acoustic development. It's my opinion that with the many tools and options available to control noise produced by industrial facilities, efficient acoustic design should not be restricted by arbitrary regulation.
Thank you. Speaker number 5 is Bradley Gray, to be followed by James Parmalee, William Walsh. Mr. Gray, welcome.
Good evening, Chairman McKay and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Brad Gray. I am the owner of Worldwide Mission Critical, a leader in data center development. I have extensive experience in this field both nationally and internationally. I'd like to highlight that Fairfax County and Virginia already have some of the strictest data center regulations in the country. And tonight, I want to address the proposed zoning amendment regulations. The proposed setback requirements are excessive. While aimed at reducing noise pollution, distance is not the most effective solution. The existing Fairfax County noise ordinance is sufficient, and these proposed setbacks will reduce the developable area for data centers. Regarding equipment enclosures, generators are already enclosed for protection, security, airflow management, and noise reduction. Enclosing other equipment will require additional equipment, more area for heat rejection, and increased safety issues. The language in the amendment is unclear and confusing, making it harder for professionals like us to comply, pushing decisions to LDS without clear guidance. There are some additional misconceptions that I'd like to clear up. First, data centers do not consume vast amounts of water. Most use air-cooled systems with water usage similar to office buildings. John Botts from Fairfax's Industrial Waste Section has confirmed that current wastewater regulations for data centers are sufficient. Concerns about stormwater pollution are also misplaced. Modern air-cooled units don't produce runoff, and redeveloping old industrial sites often increases pervious area, improving stormwater filtration. Lastly, diesel containment tanks used in data centers are highly secure with double-walled steel designs, leak detection, and spill response plans. In my experience, diesel spills are exceedingly rare. As a Fairfax County business owner and a resident, I strongly support data center development and oppose any tax increases, including the proposed meals tax, which will affect all of us. Data centers can positively contribute to addressing our budget issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Speaker number 6 is James Parmalee, to be followed by William Walsh. Welcome.
Thank you for your time. So what is the number one issue in Fairfax County? It's not data centers. It's the economy, but the two are linked. In Fairfax, is Fairfax County doing all it can to protect its taxpayers from this disastrous economy? Grocery prices are through the roof. Insurance costs are ridiculous. Fast food has become a luxury item for many cash-strapped families. Taxes keep going up and on and on. What are other counties doing to help ease the burden on their taxpayers? Let's use Loudoun as an example. Loudoun's tax rate has been dropping, its real estate tax rate has been dropping for decades, and a big reason for that has been data centers. In Loudoun, over 30% of their tax collections in 2023 were from data centers. Not surprisingly, the real estate tax has dropped accordingly. Fairfax County should follow their lead and use that money to keep property tax rates from rising, to maybe offer a tax cut, at the very least not to impose a meals tax. But how can we make that happen here? We should realize that the benefits that data centers can bring to the county budget, and we should realize those are big benefits that come to the budget, that come to you as the folks that spend that money. We don't want to make it harder and harder to build with additional one-size-fits-all, poorly thought-out regulations. This county has seen a lot of development. It's not like we're not going to develop any more land in this county. We've seen a lot of development. It's likely to see a whole lot more. Data center development can leave a lighter footprint than some other sources of development that might be built if data centers are rejected. So for folks who are concerned about a data center, you might really wish that data center was there when you see what might be built next. The county's budget is huge and unwieldy. Residential taxpayers are already leaving the county because they can't afford it. You can't keep putting so much of the burden on residential taxpayers forever, or else you may run out of residents to tax. Imagine a future where Fairfax County receives a third of its taxes from data centers. Just think about that for a minute. Now imagine a future where it doesn't do that. In that future, is this board prepared to cut social services by a third, cut police by a third, cut firefighters by a third? I don't think you guys are willing to do that. This board has been putting such a burden on the taxpayers. And the taxpayers are the goose that laid the golden egg. You need a new goose. You need a new series of golden eggs. You need to get your golden eggs from somewhere else. And that goose could be data centers. As you look into the future, please look out for the best interests of Fairfax County residents and taxpayers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are on speaker number 7, William Walsh. We then have 2 speakers who will be testifying by phone, and then we will go to speaker 10, Reagan George, speaker 11, Ronald Wilcox. If I called your name, please make sure that you're ready. Welcome, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. I wish to express support and consideration about data centers in Fairfax County. I am a private citizen with my own observations. As you consider zoning issues and the role of data centers in Fairfax County, I hope you will keep in mind the benefits that data centers can bring to our community. Incoming revenue considerations. We have had a continuing problem with real estate tax increases that have hit homeowners hard and have made rents more expensive, potentially pricing people out of living in Fairfax County. We also need a better balance of business properties to residential properties to evenly distribute the burden of financing our local county government. And when looking at business properties, data centers have a lot going for them. They would be a revenue source, not a revenue expense. They add to our tax base without adding the cost of social services or additional traffic needing new roads. Data centers provide quality construction jobs to build them, and then quality high-tech jobs going forward. For those who have complaints about data centers, it is important to remember that the choice is not generally between building a data center as opposed to creating a parkland. Fairfax County has limited land. If data centers are taken off the table, plenty of other developments will be approved. Smoggier development, louder development, development leading to crowded schools, or large residential and retail development which will crowd roads and create infrastructure and expenses. On the other hand, data centers can be cleaner, can be quieter, and can ease the burden on our schools, our roads, and our taxpayers. Now, Virginia already hosts the largest number of these facilities in the world. We are already an incubator of this growing and important industry. I would like Fairfax County to be a part of this enterprise, that we help get it right, and I think the industry talent is here in Fairfax County to get it right. Data centers may not be a perfect solution, but considering the economic influx and potential tax-lowering benefits they can bring to Fairfax County, they deserve a fair look. Let's not fall into the trap of adding new government regulations that push these businesses out of our county. As you all go through this process, please keep in mind the benefits of data centers and be willing to work with the industry. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 8 is Susan Bonney, connected by phone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Susan Bonney, and I am the chair of the Sierra Club in Fairfax County and Northern Virginia. Our name is the Great Falls Group after our natural feature, the Great Falls of the Potomac River. Our Sierra Club advocates for localities where all people may enjoy our natural treasures, access clean air and water, and thrive in a healthy community. We and our 4,000 members have been tracking data center issues for 3 years, including the recent staff recommendations to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. My colleague Ann Bennett is the Virginia Sierra Club Data Centers Chair, and she's speaking later today. She'll detail background on the issue and our requests. Fairfax County needs tax revenue, but requiring data center developers to meet environmental standards must be consistent with that. No climate goals can be met if data centers and tech companies get a free pass on environmental regulations. This is a David and Goliath situation where Fairfax County citizens' rights are put behind the rights of wealthy data center developers. This is a weak approach to the zoning ordinance amendment. The staff recommendations have almost nothing that addresses the many environmental and carbon emission impacts of data centers. When the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors announced that it wanted to encourage data centers to come to Fairfax County to provide tax revenue, they made it clear that they wanted any data center to meet the highest environmental standards, even the highest standards in the nation. And that vision has gotten lost in this zoning ordinance modification process. After much research and working in partnership with many other environmental groups locally, we asked that the board adopt new zoning requirements that, number one, preserve the provision that clearly states that new rules in the zoning ordinance amendment would apply to submitted but not yet approved data center site applications. Number two, we ask that all data center developments be subject to a more thorough special exception review. A special exception gives the board more flexibility to ask developers to address issues such as the best available technology for generators, issues that cannot currently and adequately be regulated. Our county needs this negotiation power as our policy plan does not currently have adequate standards for data centers. Leesburg recently changed to require special exceptions, and Loudoun County is considering text to make the same requirement. We also ask that the changes to the ZOA include increasing setbacks to at least 500 feet for adjacent residential, parks, public lands, schools, and other public amenities. And finally, we ask for a commitment to expedite the adoption of policies to mitigate the significant carbon, energy, and water resource impacts associated with data centers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
This ends my testimony.
Thank you very much. And speaker number 9 is Bill Peabody. Mr. Peabody, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay. Data centers offer steady tax revenue while empty office buildings don't. A typical 4-story office building may add 100 cars to the roads and 200 school kids at a cost of $20,000 each. A data center has a skeleton crew, a very light touch. Many empty buildings can be converted to data centers. Even an old Sears building in California was converted. Everybody's excited about converting buildings to apartments. Some of those buildings that may not be suitable could be candidates for data. Loudoun County gets just under half of its revenue. I'll have to argue that with Parmalee, but from data centers. Prince William has plenty of data centers. Fairfax needs to get in the game. We're losing residents because of high residential taxes. Here's our chance to get another source of revenue. Considering the potential revenue, Fairfax should be offering invitations, not regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 10 is Reagan George, to be followed by Ronald Wilcox, Fran O'Neill, Charles McAndrew. If I called your name, please come down here close. Mr. George, welcome.
Thank you. As a systems engineer and technology manager, I've spent my professional career designing and improving information systems. I've also seen technology evolve to create new applications that can help solve many problems. Smartphones today have computing power in our pockets that even science fiction writers could probably not predict. I played around with artificial intelligence over 15 years ago. It is now mature, and it is going to have a huge impact on our lives. These technologies create and consume huge amounts of data. That data needs to be stored in data centers. It's just that simple. The good news is that these needed data centers can also be a boon to our local governments and to local taxpayers. They can be a boon because of the tremendous amount of tax revenue they generate. They can also be a boon because, unlike other developments that can increase revenues, data centers do not increase costs to the taxpayers. Data centers don't require the county to build schools, new roads, new infrastructure, etc. They can be a boon because they can bring high-tech jobs to Fairfax County, as well as the construction jobs needed to build them. Downstream, once the data centers are populated, there will be many jobs to address the need for maintenance of power backup generators, fire suppression equipment, security devices, etc. Please don't implement new regulations that make it more difficult to build new data centers. Instead, consider the benefits they can bring to our community and our taxpayers and everyone who uses technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 11 is Ronald Wilcox, to be followed by Charles McAndrew. Mr. Wilcox, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Ronald Wilcox, and I have been a Fairfax County resident since 2003, the year my father died. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. What you do here tonight will determine whether or not we make it easier for data centers to bring their economic benefits to Fairfax County or harder. To be perfectly clear, I do not support any additional regulation on data centers. This body, the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, has begun the process of looking at a potential meals tax in Fairfax County, a tax that would hurt lower income groups the hardest. Along with other tax increases passed by the board, we are facing the possibility of people being unable to afford to live in Fairfax County, and I'm getting pretty close to that point myself. There is a way to increase Fairfax County tax base without increasing the need for county services at the same rate. There is a way to bring in development in Fairfax County that pays its own way while not congesting our roads. There is a way to bring in development in Fairfax County that doesn't overcrowd our schools. Data centers are that way. Data centers. In fact, data centers can provide a wave of revenue for our county with very little impact on public services, like schools and other things. As you consider zoning in Fairfax County, let's keep in mind our need for economic growth in Fairfax County, and let's do it with businesses and the county working together, not separated by new additional broad brush regulations that don't take into account potential future innovations. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on speaker number 12, Fran O'Neill, to be followed by Charles McAndrew and Cynthia Shang. If I've called your name, please be ready to testify. Speaker number 12 is Fran O'Neill.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much for your public service. I'm here tonight in support of the special exception requirement. This issue brings into sharp focus two of government's primary responsibilities. One of them is, hands down, the number one job, protecting the citizenry. And that's government's main responsibility. The secondary issue at play here is economic development. And my argument is that when there is friction between the two of these, wise leaders will always err on the side of citizen protection. And the special exception would at least give such citizen protection a shot, a chance. I want to come about this from a little different point of view. Do you know the term organizational mindlessness? It's actually a research term. It's also an organizational theory term. It describes decision processes that are at play when decisions don't turn out well in spite of everyone's good intentions. And I'm talking about group decisions from governing bodies or private organizations. And here's the gist of that reality. When individuals involved in decision-making who are part of a group or a governing body simply follow the majority view, when they give more weight to other views or other people over and against their own instincts or intuitions or judgments or even conscience, we've all been there. When you go along to get along, when there is a lack of lively dissension and divergent perspectives, when those things are present, we know from a fairly sizable amount of organizational research that those groups, the decisions coming from those groups are more likely to be poor decisions with unforeseen negative consequences in spite of everyone's best intentions. So my point is simply this, not to be at least bit condescending about it, but my point is simply those of us who support the special exception respectfully urge each of you to make your own decision based upon your own instincts, your own intuitions, your own judgments, your own conscience, rather than follow the decisions of others or give way to other members of the group who you might be willing to defer to in this particular case. That is especially critical, and it's especially critical in groups where there is unanimity of political philosophy. We need divergence. The special exception requirement would simply be a reasonable measure in which citizen protection is still the #1 job. And if I may just last quick comment, I believe that you are opening the government and the citizens of Fairfax County up to a steady stream of unforeseen and unpredictable consequences if you don't get this one right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're on speaker number 13, Charles McAndrew, to be followed by Cynthia Shang and Kate Maisel. If I've called your name, be ready. Again, we're on speaker number 13, Charles McAndrew. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Board of Supervisors, Mr. County Executive. My name is Charles McAndrew, and most of you probably remember me back in April when I'm down here protesting the budget and protesting the real estate going up 2 or 3 times the rate of inflation or the rate of household income. Well, this time I'm not down here to protest. I'm down here to tell you that I'm in favor of data centers. I support having data centers. And I've heard percentages used like 30 to 50%. The Washington Times had an article several weeks ago saying that Loudoun County brings in 50% from data centers. So somewhere between 30 to 50% comes in. And I want to bring up 2 prestigious board members years ago, about 40 years ago, Chairman Jack Harity and Vice Chairman Martha Panino. They were very much in favor of pushing commercial development in Fairfax County so they could reduce homeowners' taxes, homeowners' real estate taxes. I hope you all have the same feeling as these prestigious board members did 40 years ago. And I understand that the Board of Supervisors directed staff to prepare a zoning ordinance amendment to strengthen the current provisions for data centers, authorized the scheduling of public hearing and amendments. I'm pleased to know that there is flexibility in placing that data center away from housing and so on, anywhere from 200 feet, maybe up to 500. I'm sure there'll be sensible ideas on that. About a month ago, I saw a lady on TV complaining about her 200 feet from her house in the proposed Reston Center. But you all have made that clear that you have the ability for flexibility, I meant to say, to do this. Last thing I want to say is I'm very fortunate to be able to come up here and talk to you. I say that because at 10 years old, my father had a diplomatic position in Rangoon, Burma, what's called Myanmar. The military took over, and if you talked against the government, you were put in jail. It was very simple. And if you wrote it out anywhere or put it anywhere in the newspaper, you went to jail. In this country, we have freedom. And I thank you all for listening to me. And again, I want to reiterate that I favor data centers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Speaker number 14 is Cynthia Shang, to be followed by Kate Maisel.
Thank you very much. Can I get my presentation up here? My name is Cynthia Shang. I live in the Pleasant Valley neighborhood. I represent Save Pleasant Valley. The Route 28 tax district covers Sully, Hunter Mill, and Drainsville. At a 1.0 floor area ratio, this area allows by right data centers to be built double the size of anywhere else in the county. Even Loudoun County's most generous permission is 0.75 in their heavy industrial district, which is our I-6. As Loudoun moves to eliminate by-right data center, a 1.0 FAR here becomes even more attractive. So when people say that we are very restrictive, we're not. The county states that there are over 2,300 acres, 97 million square feet available for by-right data centers in the I-5 districts of Sully alone, all of which are in the Route 28 tax district. In the past 3 years, over 9.9 million square feet has been earmarked for data centers in Sully alone, and power to supply them is years away. The generous FAR only adds to our electricity woes because bigger data centers mean more electricity, more substations, and the incentive to squeeze onto smaller lots. We simply don't have the land that Loudoun does. If you do nothing else, we are asking you to set size limits to level the playing field with other areas of the county. Item 11, to add or revise other use-specific standards, allows for this. Unapproved submissions are not available to the general public without FOIA, so the 9.9 million square feet is likely a very conservative number. Remember, that's just Sully Route 28 district. Data centers built in this portion of the county, the northern portion of the Route 28 tax district in Sully, are directly adjacent to homes in the Hunter Mill district, as well as near Flores Elementary School. Nearly 4 million square feet of data centers, buildings, 2 substations, and miles of high voltage transmission lines are already in the pipeline. 3 schools are in and surrounded by I-5 lots that are up for grab for huge data center campuses. Already, businesses are being forced to leave as their landowners are selling out to data centers. In the central portion of the Route 28 district, where I live, we're being unfairly hammered by big data centers, ugly substations, and a web of transmission lines over 100 feet tall. Pleasant Valley and the Meadows of Chantilly mobile home community are surrounded by substation and data center districts, with over 3 million square feet of data centers and over 160 tractor-trailer-sized diesel generators already earmarked between our communities. There are no requirements for less polluting generators, no consideration for the number of substations, or the cumulative effects of all of this. It won't be long before you see red here where you now see gray. Through Chantilly Premier's special exception process, we obtained proffers to protect our water, to protect our air, to protect us from noise, including restricting generator maintenance hours and mitigating the constant 24/7 noise to ambient levels within our communities. That's levels below the noise ordinance, an ordinance which an acoustical expert testified was insufficient to address today's data centers. As the largest data centers cluster even closer to our communities, by right data centers take away our right to protect ourselves and our environment, negating all the valuable proffers we gained with Chantilly Premier. Chairman McKay says he hasn't heard a compelling argument for the special exception process. Had the county not ceded control, the Meadows of Chantilly mobile home community would have had a say in protecting themselves from a recent by-right 7-story data center with power lines, dumpsters, a noisy polluting generator yard, and loading docks all 50 feet from their homes. Other communities can be saved from this fate if the Planning Commission's legal recommendations for immediate conformance are accepted. Maybe the county fears that eliminating by-right data centers or setting a size limit in the I-5 district will cause the data center industry to go to other districts in the county. But if they don't have to justify building double the size in the Route 28 tax district, then any reasonable business person would realize they'd get more bang for their special exception buck here. So why is the county so against allowing us to protect ourselves? They're going to come here anyway. So isn't protecting the environment and the citizens you represent a compelling argument? If not, maybe, Mr. Chairman, you can help us understand what is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shang. Thank you, Ms. Shang. Our next speaker is Kate Maisel. Is Kate here? Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard on this issue. I'm Kate Maisel. My family and I live in Pleasant Valley as well, a community that is surrounded by industrial districts in which the county would like to continue permitting data centers by right. It is also in a water supply and resource protection area. Last year, we were able to work through the special exception process to get proffer commitments from the Chantilly Premier Mega Data Center to better protect us and those resources. These commitments included prohibiting the contaminant byproducts of the cooling process from entering our water system and monitoring and mitigating sodium on site. These commitments are so valuable because not only do they protect our water, but they also relieve the county and its taxpayers from the cost of mitigation and cleanup by forcing potential water issues to be addressed at the source. In 2020, Fairfax County Water estimated that treating just sodium at water treatment facilities would cost conservatively $1 billion. Among the many beneficial commitments from the special exception process was the commitment to use Tier 4 diesel generators instead of the more polluting Tier 2 generators. It's tempting to optimistically believe that the industry will voluntarily use less polluting Tier 4 generators, but we all know that unless it is required, it is unlikely that these parties will choose to do something that costs them more. In fact, we now know that the newest data centers need 20 or more generators and are still using Tier 2, even though Tier 4 generators have been available for a decade. All 69 generators for Amazon's new Virginia Mallory Drive facility are Tier 2. The EPA and DEQ have admitted that they do not monitor pollution impacts across facilities. With so many generators at so many facilities so close together, they can't protect us. Maybe ask the industry representatives why they are still using Tier 2. It's nice to hope that corporations will do the decent thing for citizens and wildlife nearby, but this citizen is telling you right now that it is not enough to hope. The county has repeatedly said that it cannot require any of these commitments through the zoning ordinance. Without the special exception process, not only will we not get any such protections, but the cumulative impacts of the hundreds of diesel generators in our area may never be mitigated. You seem to be putting us at risk for no other reason than the fear of offending those who have decided that we in Fairfax, Prince William, and Loudoun counties should be perfectly happy living on and in some ways paying to support what amounts to a tri-county data center compound. If you haven't driven west of 28 down 50 and seen what's happening down there, please do. It's horrific. Stop putting us in the environment last and data centers first. Please don't give away the only chance we have. The data center industry can afford to go through the special exception process, but we can't afford not to. Northern Virginia is becoming internationally known as an area chock full of data centers. We seemingly can't avoid that future, but let's at least become known for making sure they're responsibly designed, placed, and regulated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Murphy. Is he connected by phone? Mr. Murphy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you in advance for your time. My name is Patrick Murphy, and I'm a professional power engineer registered in 15 states, including Commonwealth of Virginia. I have 24 years of professional experience and have been specifically involved with data centers for 18 of those years. I own Critical Power Consulting, CPC, a utility power consulting firm that has been in business for almost 7 years. CPC helps large power users, 90% of which are data centers throughout North America, obtain electric service in varying forms. I want to quickly review the already extensive timeline for a data center to obtain power in Northern Virginia. All transmission infrastructure and most substation projects for data center electric services are solely under Dominion Energy control. Dominion Energy has the obligation to serve since they are the franchised electric utility for most of the area in question. This is deemed as such under Commonwealth of Virginia Code of Laws, Title 56, Chapter 23. Typical large data center power projects currently take at least 4 to 5 years due to many factors. Long lead time equipment continues to push out due to high demand. The transmission routing process, which in most instances, a certificate of public convenience and necessity, a CPCN filing, is required by the Commonwealth and typically takes 12 to 24 months. 12 of those months is for Dominion Energy to develop the filing, and the remaining 12 months is for state review and approval. This process is public and oftentimes has interveners to express concerns about the potential impacts to health and safety due to some misinformation surrounding the transmission and transformation of electricity. Another factor that drives the 4 to 5 year timeline is the land procurement for substations and transmission right-of-ways. Dominion requires not only an approved site plan, but a list of detailed information prior to starting any review of potential data center projects. Dominion has most recently required the developer to provide land for a substation, whether it's on or off-site, unless there is power available in the immediate vicinity to satisfy the requirement. This impacts the duration of the process, as well as the available land parcels, which could be deemed as potential sites for data center development. By Fairfax County adding a special exception requirement to the site plan submission for any data center, this could now extend the typical 4 to 5 year timeline out to 6 to 7 years, which will force data center developers to look elsewhere outside of Fairfax County for their projects, thereby reducing further investment in the county. As far as misinformation and misnomers at this point in time, opposition to additional electrical and transmission and substation facilities uses some inaccurate information. Dominion Energy has an actual webpage dedicated to providing this information regarding the concerns surrounding EMS and electrical fields, which are the main arguments against allowing additional transmission and substation sightings. Dominion Energy, as part of the CPCN process, calculates the electrical field and EMS at the edge of the proposed transmission right-of-ways and respective substations to be reviewed by the SEC. As far as the proposed zoning amendment language, enclosing all power supply equipment, as the point was made earlier, this is not practical as it would require additional cooling and mechanical equipment and would make the data center building less efficient instead of relying on an outside air to cool the infrastructure to keep the data center power infrastructure cool. If it includes power supply equipment such as substations and transformers, there are several concerns such as safety and power supply. It produces heat. Enclosing the equipment means that heat will need to be managed, which means more mechanical equipment, which will increase the noise. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We are on speaker 17, Jim McDonald, to be followed by Rob Walters, Robert Whitfield, John Roddy. If you are here, please come down close so you're ready to testify when it's your turn. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chairman McKay and members of the board. My name is Jim McDonald. I work for Miratech, which is a global IT services and consulting company. I've had the pleasure of working for Miratech for 20 years. I'm 32 years in the industry. My main area of focus is generators, which is our critical component of the development of data centers. I'd like to start by saying that the generator technology has come a long way. Fairfax County does not need to mandate generators, as EPA and the Virginia DEQ standards are already pushing the industry to use cleaner and more efficient generators. Nothing further needs to be done at the county level. Today's generators are achieving 90 to 95% reduction in emissions, and clients I work with are already using these generators, which underscores the industry's commitment to sustainability and environmental stewardship. Manufacturers of generators provide an emissions guarantee. This ensures that the emissions from the generators satisfy the Virginia DEQ requirements and permits. Again, these standards are set by the EPA and the Virginia DEQ. They're strictly regulated and enforced. Furthermore, generators are already fully enclosed. The enclosures provide equipment protection, offer better security, provide better airflow management, and reduce noise pollution. Despite their critical role in data center design, generators are really a supporting role. They typically only run 15 to 20 minutes a month, so throughout the year, it's very few hours. Testing is typically done during usual business hours to limit impact on the community. Safety and reliability are also paramount. Diesel tanks are double-walled and equipped with leak detection systems, ensuring that there are no spills, and any leak that does occur is quickly mitigated. In my experience, in working with these generators and diesel tanks, I've never encountered a leak issue with the modern double-wall tanks used at modern data centers. In summary, technology and advancements in EPA and Virginia DEQ standards are already pushing the industry to use cleaner and more efficient generators, and Fairfax does not need to go further to regulate the industry. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We are now on speaker number 18, Rob Walters, to be followed by Robert Whitfield and John Roddy. Welcome.
Chairman McKay, fellow board members, thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Rob Walters. I work in the commercial real estate industry as a managing broker at East Hill Secured. I've been living and working in Fairfax County for more than 2 decades. I work with the largest data center owners, developer operators, and tenants in the country, and have been doing so for more than 20 years. Much of that time, my work has been spent here in the state of Virginia, and specifically Fairfax County, Loudoun County, and neighboring areas. The commercial real estate landscape is evolving rapidly, driven by profound shifts in work habits exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's workers are no longer tied to living near their workplaces, with a growing number embracing remote work. The trend underscores the crucial need for robust digital infrastructure to support our increasingly digital economy. Unfortunately, that shift has bruised the traditional office sector. Evident in Fairfax County, 20% plus office vacancy rate. And that doesn't account for shadow vacancy, or what I would say is unoccupied leased space. And as demand for office space continues to decline, so does the value of these buildings, impacting economic output and reducing real estate tax revenues for our county. The trend is expected to persist, unfortunately, prompting a search, in my opinion, for alternative tax revenue sources. Data centers could be very much be a viable solution. While costly to build, they boast a high tax base that significantly offsets that decline in office market revenues. Data centers have a huge cost benefit. Look at our neighbors in Loudoun, in Prince William County. It is estimated that every dollar spent on services for data centers returns 15 and 18 times, respectively, a remarkable boost compared to traditional real estate metrics. Having spent much of my personal and professional career in the county, I oppose increased real estate taxes or implementing new consumer taxes. Instead, I support leveraging data centers in collaborative fashion and a strategic fashion around our approved industrial zones as sustained revenue solution. Certainly, it is crucial in real estate development where projects require extensive planning and construction timelines are lengthy. Data centers especially so. Uncertainty around development dissuades investors, developers, and operators from entering markets. The board faces an opportunity to grant exemptions, allowing projects already accepted for site plan review to proceed under initial rules. This move extends beyond data centers, setting a precedent crucial for economic investment. Changing rules mid-process could deter not just real estate, but broader economic ventures. I believe the time to act is now. I work with several groups, the largest participants in the data center industry, and many are avoiding the county due to certain strict regulations today. If you change the rules now, you won't get significant data center development needed to move the needle for the county going forward. I am concerned about our financial gap, and I believe continued investment in the county and support of the rules in place in data centers will keep taxes low and support future infrastructure projects. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're on speaker 19, Robert Whitfield, to be followed by John Roddy, Robert Kitchen, David Shepard, and Wendy Musin. Welcome, Rob.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Rob Whitfield, and I've lived in Fairfax County since 1977. And as I recall, the tax rate at that time reached a high of about $1.78 per hundred. Thanks to the commercial development boom in the 1980s, I don't have precise numbers to tell you, but let's say it was reduced to something like $1.25, $1.30. Today we're at $1.13.9, I think, for 2024. By contrast, in Loudoun County, the tax rate in the last 10 years has gone from, I think, $1.28.9 to about $86.9. And the main reason for that is the advent of data centers. It's not only the real estate values, but it's principally the equipment, the servers, and the other equipment in data centers, which are projected in Loudoun County alone to reap $1 billion in revenue in the next year or two. I've tried and failed to obtain information on the real estate and business property tax revenues for data centers. I yesterday morning called the office of Victor Hoskins at the EDA, and I did get an email back from his assistant, and I was told that we do not have any information in Fairfax County on the revenues, real estate and business property tax. Please, somebody needs to explain why that information was not provided. Unfortunately, we have an imbalance in our review process. I've gone to Planning Commission hearings for over 30 years. And so, for instance, in watching board meetings recently, I see that even for speed bumps, it requires a fiscal impact analysis and an equity impact. Where is the fiscal impact and the equity analysis of these proposed measures? So respectfully, I suggest before you do anything that you ask your staff to come up with those measures so that the public can see that you've reached a determination in an objective manner. I used to work in Loudoun County, so I'm very well familiar with many of the data centers. As to the ones in Fairfax County, I'm very puzzled and troubled by the seeming lack of increase in the tax revenue, even though various facilities have been built in the last 5 years. One particular property I looked at this morning was the former Redskins training facility in Herndon. And for reasons not yet known to me, the land value there remained unchanged in the 5 years to 2018 to 2023, and then went down in 2024. And yet, from what I know, the land values in most other areas around Dulles Airport have increased substantially. So I do want an investigation done as soon as possible before you make your final determinations. So I'm very concerned because of I used to work in real estate, so yes, I know about commercial office building values declining by up to 2/3, and I don't see an immediate solution on the horizon. We are faced with a need to diversify the revenue, and we need to support those measures which can be achieved reasonably without too much burden on the business community. And so I would ask, by the way, I forgot to mention, I was giving my time to Tom Cramer to be the representative of the Taxpayers Alliance. I apologize, I should have said that at the beginning. So I will be glad to answer questions, but I'm looking for much better performance from this board. Frankly, I think we're a sophisticated community, and let's get some facts, please.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Speaker number 20 is John Roddy. Is Mr. Roddy here? He is here. To be followed by Robert Kitchen. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening to the Chairman and the Board. I appreciate this opportunity to talk. My name is John Roddy. I'm CEO of William A. Hazel. I'm here to talk to the critical role that data centers play in Fairfax County, which is a community that we've served at Hazel since 1964. As of this morning, we employ 510 local residents, most of whom work on local data center projects. It's a good thing given the current and future state of the office market right now. We understand firsthand the benefits data centers bring to our county and the residents. Imposing unnecessary regulations at this time will push this vital industry away, jeopardizing our county's growth and our future workforces, our current workforce's livelihood and future. With respect to heavy industrial I-5, I-6 zoning, these zones should welcome data centers by right. Restricting development in these areas will stifle future growth. We already have very limited sites compatible for modern data centers in Fairfax County, and adding more hurdles at this time is a step backward. As far as the proposed regulations go, as we've heard tonight, setbacks are not the most effective tool for mitigating noise. They do not consider natural barriers like stream beds and wooded areas that already mitigate noise pollution. Furthermore, setbacks can hinder development of sites suited for data centers since they restrict total developable area. With very few industrial sites within the county currently suited for this type of development, I don't want to further limit the county's ability to attract new data centers. Along those same lines, grandfathering is a critical issue. Neighboring counties recently amended their zoning ordinances, as discussed by just about everybody in the room, but wisely enabled existing data center projects already in process to continue under the previous regulations. Failing to do this in Fairfax sends a very negative signal to the data center and business community in general, deterring future development, which is essential to our county's prosperity. Furthermore, not providing this protection sets a precedent for other businesses looking to expand in this county. This is pretty scary for us as a business. We need predictability. Providing this exemption for projects in process providing this exemptions for projects in process provides that stability. Today, fiscal responsibility is paramount. As I'm sure you're all aware, Fairfax County currently collects well under $100 million annually from the data center sector and faces a $568 million budget shortfall. And we're hearing that they're considering raising property taxes again and imposing a meals tax. Loudoun County, on the other hand, generates over 10 times as much annually from data centers. Loudoun County continues to thrive as reducing property tax rates while expanding services. In conclusion, let's not hinder our growth by imposing unnecessary restrictions on data centers at this time. Let's ensure Fairfax County remains an attractive place for these vital developments and securing our economic future and benefiting our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 21 is Robert Kitchen. Welcome.
Good evening, Speaker McKay and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to address the amendments. But I'm Bob Kitchen here representing Virginia Clinicians for Climate Action. And I'm a retired family physician living in Fairfax Station. VCCA represents over 500 health professionals in the Commonwealth. And our mission is to help protect Virginia's families and communities from the adverse health effects of climate change. So I'm not here to either be pro or con about data centers. I'm here to address trying to identify the health problems and what we can do to protect our citizens. And there can be several health problems or challenges that come from data centers. There's a growing body of research that says that chronic noise exposure is putting nearly a third of Americans at heightened risk of hypertension, stroke, and heart attacks, as well as mental health problems. So the amendment that helps to further protect residents and those in proximity to data centers from continuous noise exposure, we feel is very important in terms of protecting health. But a larger area in terms of the threat to health has to do with poor air quality or air pollution. And many common health problems are related to this, such as cardiovascular disease, chronic lung disease, kidney disease, low birth weight infants, pediatric asthma, as well as many others. Data centers do contribute to poor air quality both directly and indirectly. The direct contribution is through the use of backup diesel generators, which will be needed at a time of power outage. I appreciate the comments from the gentleman who preceded me, who was the expert on generators, that the new technology is being adopted by the industry. But we are confronted with the possibility of a blackout where these diesel generators may have to run for hours, if not days, to keep the operations going. I did a little bit of a calculation. It probably isn't accurate, but I saw that the recently approved Chantilly data center will have 27 diesel generators. Now, I don't know if that's representative of what most data centers have, but I also saw that Fairfax County now has 45 data centers overall. So the multiplication gives me 1,200 diesel generators across Fairfax County just for data centers. And if these all have to fire up because we have a blackout, I think there'll be significant pollution from that, despite the high technology. But recognizing that right now renewable energy is not really available for backup energy, I think that the county should consider the recommendations from the January 6, 2024 staff report, which stated, quote, that the comprehensive plan encouraged the use of Tier 4 generators and state-of-the-art technology to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Per the report, the Tier 4 diesel generators provide a 90% reduction of certain emissions. The indirect effect of air quality comes from data centers' enormous demand on electricity. One of our utilities has reported that in 2023, over 20% of its electricity output went to data center operation. It projects a doubling of demand in the next 15 years. In order to meet this demand, the utility has speculated in a recent integrated resource plan that it will not be able to retire fossil fuel-powered electricity production by 2045 as required by the Virginia Clean Economy Act, whose goal is to have carbon-free electricity production across all utilities by 2050. The utility has even projected the need to build additional carbon-emitting power plants. Hence, the full health benefit of the Clean Economy Act will not be realized at the cost of poor air quality and negative impact on Virginians' health. So as a physician, I'm committed to protecting people's health, but do admit that I am somewhat naive regarding the legal and political considerations which may be involved in managing data centers at the county level. With this disclaimer, I would ask that the county take these two steps to protect the residents' health. One, go ahead and require clean energy backup power for data centers when it is available, but until then, establish that a Tier 4 diesel generator is required for approval of a data center. And number two, require that the data center and utility companies coordinate on a plan to provide power for the center that does not increase greenhouse gas emissions and allows compliance with the Virginia Clean Economy Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kitchen. Thank you very much. Speaker number 22 is a call-in, David Shepard. Mr. Shepard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me.
We can. Welcome. The floor is yours.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm a native Virginian, a lifelong Fairfax County resident. I go back to the 70s and 80s growing up here, and I remember the old Jack Harrity days. Just a quick word. I'm in favor of the data centers. I think they're very important in terms of revenue for the county. There's a great need for them. I know we in Fairfax County are driving up that need with all our pictures and our data. And I think the county should not discriminate against the data centers as much as possible. I think it's important to try to attract that business and other businesses to remain business friendly. And that's really all I have for you, but I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you very much. We are now on speaker number 23, Wendy Mewson, to be followed by Debbie Rosenstein, Alex Guttenson, and Thomas Cranmer. If you all could be ready to testify, welcome.
Wendy Mewson, Pleasant Valley. The World Health Organization recommends daytime noise levels in schools of less than 35 decibels for optimal teaching and learning conditions. The American National Standards Institute, which provides design criteria and guidelines for learning spaces, confirms that limit as essential for creating the best acoustic environment for learning. Excessive noise is detrimental to concentration, auditory discrimination, and speech perception, leading to reduced academic performance. The effects are magnified for hearing-impaired students and students who are not being taught in their first language. The Virginia Department of Education, in their 2020 guidelines for school facilities, states proximity to noise and other pollution sources, airport, traffic, industrial, should be considered when evaluating an existing or potential school site. It goes on to recommend that location of schools near electric power transmission lines or other environmental hazards should be avoided. Plans for Westfield High School originated in 1995, 3 years before the first data center was built in Virginia. Its location seemed appropriate at the time. Airport noise, yes, many schools in the Sully district suffer that, but minimal traffic or industrial noise. That was then. Now, I-5 properties deemed by right in close proximity to Westfield and other unfortunate schools are being snatched up by data center developers in hopes that their applications will continue under the current inadequate zoning ordinance, one that was not prepared for their existence or their noise and pollution or their power demands. Carson Middle School is surrounded by I-5 districts, and a by right data center is going in across McLaren Road, only 400 feet away. Flores Elementary is approximately 1,200 feet from centers already under construction. In these industrial districts, continuous low-frequency sound generated by data center cooling fans need only be below 72 decibels during the day and 65 at night. Chantilly Premier's noise study shows backup generators exceeding 72 decibels, but generators are exempt from the noise ordinance. They can be as loud as they want and can be run for up to 2 hours a day, and there is no coordination between the multiple data centers to minimize this impact. In a power outage, they can run nonstop. Portable classrooms are less than adequate, acoustically speaking, and are used by the county to alleviate school overcrowding. Even for brick and mortar structures, sound transmits through weak points, including doors, windows, vents, and ductwork. The low-frequency sound produced by data centers travels great distances and can penetrate windows. Since 1982, more than $350 million have been spent to insulate 124 Chicago schools from O'Hare Airport noise. Is this county prepared to sound insulate schools from data center noise? Are you willing to make much-needed changes to the current zoning ordinance, or will you shrug your shoulders indifferently and let them just deal with the consequences of a perilous and outdated one? Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Speaker number 24 is Debbie Rosenstein, and she will be followed by Alex Guttinson and Thomas Cranmer. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors of Fairfax County. My name is Debbie Rosenstein, and I am in attendance as the Chief Executive Officer of the Northern Virginia Building Industry Association, NVBIA. We are a 580-plus member organization whose primary mission is to represent the interests of its members at all levels of government. NVBIA respects all aspects of the building industry, and while its primary focus is relates to residential housing, we support sister building industries such as data center development. I stand before you in support of intelligent data center development. I believe, and we believe, that data centers will fuel the needed economic development within the county of Fairfax over the next several decades. Jurisdictional challenges in any building industry component are shared. Increased fees and development building costs harm the potential development pool for affordable housing. The consistent development of affordable housing is essential in every jurisdiction in this area. I can remember I've been involved in the housing industry in this area for about 50 years. I can remember what regulation upon regulation, I can see where cost upon cost over the last 50 years have almost wiped out affordability in this county and in other counties in the area. I come before you with several points that I wanted to make make you aware of, and you probably are aware of these, having heard them earlier today. The construction of data centers brings hundreds of local construction job opportunities that would otherwise go to other jurisdictions. Data centers have contributed over $100 million to the county's general fund in the last 5 years, supporting schools, parks, and other critical priorities. The lack of a grandfathering component for these projects already in the site plan approval process further drives away existing plan development and sources of tax revenues in Fairfax County. Current high office vacancy rates are forcing the county to implement tax rate increases and push the burden onto residents, so we feel that now is not the ideal time to implement restrictive zoning changes. Data centers provide significant economic benefits through tax revenue, community investment by data center companies, high-paying jobs for local construction workers, as well as ancillary uses in small businesses that benefit from the data center employees living and working nearby. Requiring full enclosure of all mechanical equipment is impractical and causes the cooling equipment to be less energy efficient, causing greater long-term implications. The data center industry continues to innovate and make strides in energy efficiency, visual appearance, landscaping, and acoustics. In conclusion, please reconsider the recommendations for excessive setback requirements, and please consider grandfathering those projects already in the site plan approval process. I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. We are now on speaker number 25, Alex Guttinson. Alex, to be followed by Tom Cranmer.
Good evening. My name is Alex Guttinson. I was born and raised in Fairfax, grew up just down the road. I'm a builder, and I've benefited from the opportunities that Fairfax has provided by always being the leading edge of the latest trends since the 1980s. What I wanted to focus on tonight is what I believe should be the priority of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, and that is the preservation of our economic development. Fairfax has enjoyed decades of success and growth due to the well-educated population and close proximity to federally supported industry. However, the trend lately has been an economic decline in the county due to these jobs being outsourced and or relocated. Numerous counties in Virginia are outpacing our growth, and Fairfax is at risk of being left behind. Data centers are the one industry that is flourishing and providing a steady and reliable tax revenue for any county, both during construction and long after. A typical data center will bring in excess of $2 million in tax revenue a year, thousands of construction jobs, and hundreds of support jobs after the construction is complete, and 4 times as many indirect jobs for the local communities. I've heard all the negatives: noise, pollution, water and energy usage, and then the aesthetics. Some just don't like the way they look. All these negatives can be addressed. The sound of a data center emits can be easily lowered to less than that of a 4-lane highway. The pollution emitted by a data center is the occasional exercising of the generators, which emit about the same level of pollution as a semi-truck sitting idling. The water used by most data centers is stored and recycled for reuse in redundant and backup cooling system. The majority of the cooling is by forced air, not evaporative cooling. Yes, they do consume large amounts of electricity, but this electricity will be produced regardless of where the data centers are located. So it is not something we can control by restricting building in our county. Additionally, data centers allow millions of people to work remotely, store, move, and share data electronically, reducing the dependency on vehicles and airplanes. And then the last elephant in the room, the aesthetics. I'll admit that a stand of forest is preferable to any man-made structure. But we live in the city now and are surrounded by built structures everywhere, some works of art and some more utilitarian. In my opinion, a data center, which is essentially printing dollars for the county, is far more attractive than an empty office building, dilapidated warehouse, or vacated retail center. Any additional restrictions placed on the potential data center sites will accomplish nothing but driving these opportunities away to other counties in the state. It's already happening, and we're about to make it worse. To put additional restrictions on existing by right property sends a message to potential developers that Fairfax is closed for business and not interested in promoting the tech sector. This doesn't hurt the tech sector. They can build anywhere there's power and fiber. It only hurts those that reside in Fairfax County by relocating these emerging opportunities and tax revenues to other counties. The Fairfax County Board of Supervisors should look to the past, which was prioritization of economic development and what made us successful, to guide your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Thomas Cranmer, followed by Elizabeth Endy and Larry Zaragoza, if you come down close. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tom Cranmer. I've been a resident here in Fairfax for 35 years, so I'm very aware of a lot of the developments that have occurred. I'm here talking about the data center problem because it is an unknown problem. People don't know what a data center is. I suggest that you go ask 100 people and tell them, I want to know what you think of data centers and what do they do? I bet practically nobody can tell you. It's a big unknown. So what we need are some good studies and a lot of publicity and television programs to show what data centers do, what are they here for, and what benefits are there. Now, I've distributed, the clerk has very nicely distributed a copy of my report, my comments. But the key thing is getting some publicity about what's happening. Now, I cited some of the benefits for the data centers, and you've heard a lot of that. But we don't know very much about the tax collections, how they're assessed, anything about that. I don't know about how you're going to assess the taxes, even though I'm part of the tax group that tries to analyze this stuff. I haven't seen any publicity about it. But we need to let people in apartments know about it, and homeowners, and also know where the electricity comes from, where it goes, and also just the effect on the electrical grid. I mean, there's a lot of publicity about the grid being totally ineffective and needing a lot of renovation. People are worried about noise, and you never hear just how much noise there is. All this needs to be information given directly by experts who are not government people. Not government people. People don't trust government. And so the important thing is to have some independent people, not part of the industry, not part of the government, providing what's going on. And maybe people will begin to understand what's going on. The kids in school probably could bring this information to their parents. So it would be a great thing to do. Now, I have cited in my paper about Biden's dementia, a great cause for concern, especially in the next 6 months. The data centers will be a target for any war that develops in the next 6 months, because obviously they're controlling information for Virginia. And so it's very, very important to understand what the great cause for concern is, and especially President Biden's dementia. You can look at the beginning of my paper to President Biden. I have a 20-page paper about data centers, but also I have information about dementia. And I give that paper to everybody I know who has a relative who has dementia. And I just gave a copy of the paper to an electrician who came to my house just yesterday.
Mr. Cranmer, your time is up. If you could just wrap up, that would be
Okay, so
helpful.
anybody who wants information about dementia, and this is a paper I've worked on for years, send me an email. It's on the front of my sheet.
Thank you for your testimony. We
Thank
appreciate
you very
it.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next is Elizabeth Endy. I hope I'm saying that right. Larry Zaragoza, followed by John Hukel. Is Elizabeth here? Oh, she's on the phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, supervisors. My name is Elizabeth Endy. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify tonight. My family and I have lived in Fairfax County since 1986. I was part of the CCAP task force and am a longtime environmental advocate. You've heard me speak up many times. In that vein, I'm calling on you to adopt data center regulations that prioritize environmental protections and the residents of Fairfax County. Yes, data centers will offer tangible economic benefits, but there's still a lot that is unknown as this industry is in its infancy in Fairfax County. Please do not rush in without properly protecting the Fairfax County residents and our precious natural resources. Because data centers use massive amounts of electricity, it is critical that in order to meet our ambitious JET and CCAP commitments, that data centers be incentivized to use green energy to the greatest extent possible, both to minimize impacts on the local power grid and to stem greenhouse gas emissions and pollution. It's important to ensure that you are properly considering the large quantities of water needed by data centers. Our climate is warming and periods of local drought are already occurring. Just a few weeks ago, reduced flow in the Potomac compromised water treatment processes in Arlington and DC, leading to boil water orders. As the county looks forward to the coming decades, the service life of the data centers that will be built in the next few years, it should plan proactively for the effects these facilities will have on our water budget. Residents of neighborhoods adjacent to proposed data centers have rightly expressed alarm about their potential impacts. The size, additional noise, and additional traffic can make neighborhoods less livable, cause economic harm to homeowners, frustrate transportation planning, and exacerbate real estate tax revenue. All of these considerations call for stringent environmental and economic reviews for each proposed project and ongoing environmental reporting requirements. Data centers present an array of novel potential complications and should be subject to special exception review, as was recently imposed by the town of Leesburg. Please preserve the provision that clearly states that new rules in the ZOA would apply to anything that's submitted but not yet approved data center. Require equipment to be set back at least 500 feet from adjacent residences. Thank you very much for looking out for the residents and the natural resources.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Larry Zaragoza, followed by John Hukel, followed by Barbara Comstock.
Good evening, Vice Chair Smith and members of the board. My name is Larry Zaragoza. I am the chair of the Environmental Quality Advisory Council, which most of you know, and I'm here to speak to the memorandum that you all received last Friday on data centers. Many of the comments that we're providing to you in our memo are very similar to many of the other comments you've heard today. There's a lot in common. We are looking to see that communities are not negatively impacted by data centers. However, some of the concerns that are really not addressed in the draft ordinance would be things like, to the extent that data centers are using large amounts of electricity and they're relying on fossil fuels, that is an impact, and actually that is an impact that could be addressed by using renewable energy, as been said earlier today. Also, I should highlight that in discussions with Fairfax Water and the ICPRB, they've indicated that water quantity could be an issue in the event that data centers use a lot of evaporative cooling. And so one of the things that was also said today is data centers are moving away from evaporative cooling, and I think that's true. So, but because it's the most cost-effective way to cool in many cases, it's something to look out for. One of the things that I've also heard from communities is that they're concerned about the backup generators. When backup generators operate because there's an issue with electricity, there's a exemption because of emergency operations. So they're not subject to the normal noise requirements that they would otherwise be subject to. And in the event that generators had to run for long periods of time, that is I think a pretty reasonable concern. And there's things that can be done to mitigate it. Enclosure is a good thing. Location of the generators is another good thing. So a lot of good things are happening, but that's a concern that people have. The other thing I would note is in our recommendations, we suggested that the county look at the noise ordinance. We also believe that it is technically feasible to address the kinds of concerns that have been raised. And that's a good thing. And because it is technically feasible, it seems like a lot of the data centers are already doing some of these things. For example, some of them have admirable climate goals to deal with being net neutral in terms of electricity. But that doesn't come out in this process. We appreciate the fact that the board is trying to reduce the tax burden on the real estate taxes. And one of the things that we would note, though, is that I think that can be done. You can bring data centers in without having significant impacts. And it's finding that sweet spot. And so one of the things we suggest in our memo is trying to work with these companies, especially those that have ambitious environmental goals. And if you want information on that, I'm happy to share that with you. In the end, I think that EQUAC supports providing data centers incentives, if needed, in order to attract them to the county if they are operating so that the siting decisions do not adversely impact communities, water supplies, or climate goals. We thank you for this opportunity to comment, and I appreciate the difficulty that you're facing tonight.
Thank you very much, Larry. We are on speaker number 29, John Huckel, to be followed by Barbara Comstock, Joe Duumbia, and Ann Bennett. If I called your name, please come close and be ready to testify. Welcome, John.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is John Huckel. I'm speaking on behalf of the Data Center Coalition. DCC is a national membership organization based in Northern Virginia, and we represent many leading data center owners and operators. DCC is grateful for the opportunity to have met with county staff as part of their stakeholder outreach efforts in developing these recommendations. Fairfax County has been traditionally welcoming to data center development, and we hope to continue to grow the county's partnership with this important industry going forward. Data centers provide the digital infrastructure that is the backbone of the modern economy. These projects involve huge financial investments in buildings and equipment, with some projects exceeding $1 billion in capital investment. These investments enable the data-driven processes, goods, and services deployed by many other sectors of our 21st century innovation economy, including technology, advanced manufacturing, cybersecurity, AI, healthcare, and many other key industries. Data centers aggregate computing resources that would otherwise be located across individual business sites. By centralizing computing resources, data centers leverage innovations in design, equipment, and technology to maximize energy efficiency. While data centers are highly efficient facilities themselves, they also enable energy savings and efficiencies for homes, businesses, utilities, government, and many other end users. Additionally, data centers are leaders in accelerating clean energy development and deployment. Many have established and are aggressively pursuing voluntary clean energy and carbon reduction goals that predate and outpace many state mandates and targets. Wind and solar capacity contracted to data center providers and customers represented 2/3 of the total United States corporate renewables market last year. 4 of the top 5 purchasers of renewable energy in the United States are companies that operate data centers. Data centers in Fairfax County create thousands of construction jobs as each of these facilities is built. They provide high-quality, high-wage jobs that support ongoing operations within data centers themselves. And data centers catalyze a larger ecosystem of small businesses, everything from restaurants, hotels, rental car agencies, fiber and HVAC installers, and many more. Across Virginia as a whole, data centers directly and indirectly supported more than 78,000 jobs last year. The data center industry is especially beneficial to Fairfax County, given the county's economic makeup. An April 2024 study by the Northern Virginia Technology Council showed that nearly 1/3 of Fairfax County jobs are in technology fields that data centers support, including AI and cybersecurity. Beyond job creation and economic investment, data centers provide other significant community benefits to the county, including supporting the county's tax base and its quality of life priorities. From 2018 to 2022, Fairfax County collected more than $114 million in revenue from its data center industry. This growing source of revenue helps the county fund schools, parks, libraries, and other community priorities. Further data center investment in Fairfax County will provide additional support for these quality of life priorities. As noted in a recent Washington Post article, Loudoun and Prince William counties this year were able to allocate their data center tax revenues to provide their residents with tax relief while also funding government priorities. Data centers are also significant economic development engines across Northern Virginia. In Loudoun County, data centers contributed $26 in tax revenue for every dollar of local public services they've required, according to the NVTC. In Prince William, data centers generated $13 in tax revenue for every $1 of services required. For comparison, fiscal benefit to cost ratios for other types of development rarely exceed $4 for every $1 in services. In considering the opportunity to grow data center investment in the county, we would note that the guidelines as amended by the Planning Commission suggest a relatively narrow aperture in terms of the number of developable parcels and the design aspects the county may consider for data center projects. This may limit the number of developers that invest in the county and the number of potential projects. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to have met with staff as part of their stakeholder outreach efforts, and we thank you for the opportunity to offer our comments today. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now on speaker number 30, Barbara Comstock, to be followed by Joe Duambia, Ann Bennett, and Len Molston. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here testifying on behalf of NetChoice. Good evening. I'm a former congresswoman who represented Fairfax County as well as a former state delegate. When I represented Fairfax and Richmond, I chaired the Science Committee and authored the data center legislation, which is supported by both Republican and Democratic governors and provided the tax incentives that have allowed the Commonwealth to become second to none in terms of data center development and revenue. In 2023, data centers in Virginia supported $31 billion in economic output. In 2022, data centers paid $40 million in taxes to the Commonwealth and $1 billion in local governments in Virginia. The data center industry, as you just heard, is the backbone of the thriving tech sector in Virginia, and in large part, once again, enabled Virginia to be named the #1 state for business recently by CNBC for a record 6th time. And the revenue from data centers, as you know, is also a vital stream for our top school systems. Of course, Fairfax County often being #1 in those CNBC ratings. And 4 of the top 6 capital investment companies build data centers: Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, and Microsoft, investing $94 billion in 2022, more than energy, telecom, pharma, or manufacturing. And that is no doubt over $100 billion by now, with that investment trend continuing to grow throughout the U.S. As numerous reports have shown, because data centers pay large amounts in taxes while placing few demands on local public services, they have a high fiscal benefit to cost ratio. So you've heard a lot of that from my previous colleague, and what Loudoun County has also been able to do with their data center revenue. And Loudoun County has obviously far more data centers than Fairfax County could ever build, and no doubt would want to build, but that sizable revenue has allowed them to obviously diversify their revenue and lower their real estate property taxes. And I testified previously at the Planning Commission about the benefits to the county of those data centers and the diversification of the tax base space. And today I would like to associate myself, with those previous comments, but I'd also like to associate myself with the original recommendations, the staff recommendations, and to reject the additional Planning Commission, amendments, and so that the original recommendations that were to be only a 200-foot setback instead of the additional, the 500-foot. I would support that. So that would make it easier for the data centers, and then also to support the half-a-mile radius to avoid limiting the data center development. And then I would also support grandfathering the sites already in the site plan review process to prevent setting a precedent that negatively impacts on future economic development. And then just as an aside, I'd also like to point out, on the energy efficiency point, some data points. Google, for example, has maximized energy efficiency and reduced water use and invested in power purchase agreements with over 7 million between 2021 and 2022 towards carbon-free energy, with a target by 2030 that all Google data centers run 24/7 with carbon-free energy. In 2022, their centers were 60% carbon-free, and globally, Google's centers are 1.5 times as energy efficient compared with just 5 years ago, with 3 times as much computing power per unit. So you can see how they are improving over time, and that's something continually that they do. And I think you all know these companies, how much they partner with you. They're good corporate partners and work with our schools and have over the years. So thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today.
Thank you, Barbara. We are now on speaker number 31, Joe Duambia, to be followed by Ann Bennett, Len Molston, and Tyler Ray. If I've called your name, please come on down and be ready to testify. Welcome, speaker 31, Joe Duambia.
Yes, thank you, sir. My name is Joe Duambia. I'm the FACTS Vice Chair. I have lived in Fairfax County in the Mason District for the last 30 years. Data centers are at the heart of everything from cloud computing to global communication networks. The massive and ever-growing number of Internet users translates into an unprecedented demand for data storage, processing, and management. These facilities, which seem like factory buildings, work around the clock, ensuring that our digital lives run smooth. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, data centers are one of the most energy-intensive buildings, consuming up to 50 times as much energy per floor space of a typical commercial office building. According to Google, an average Google data center consumes approximately 450,000 gallons of water per day, roughly the same amount of water used to irrigate 17 acres of turf land just once. Therefore, it is paramount to assess the environmental and social impacts of this line of business. I recently retired from the World Bank as a sustainability manager, and one of my missions, one of my jobs, was approve data centers in places around the world, such as Indonesia, Brazil, Vietnam, and other developing countries. And let me tell you that there was not a single data center, a small, medium, or large, that didn't go through a rigorous environmental and social impact assessment, as well as the determination of the environmental and social mitigations associated to this kind of activities. In aspects such as land use, air pollution from the use of diesel generators and power use, water management, on the consumption and the sourcing associated with the cooling systems, noise pollution, electronic waste, and other elements and aspects. So the severity of the environmental impacts depends on how efficient they run. We hear so many possibilities and options on adequate technologies. But we also know that there are some cooling systems that use toxic coolants from global warming with global warming potential. As much as half of the electricity that is used in data centers goes into archaic, unfortunately, air cooling systems rather than powering the servers themselves. The ask it is for, before approving, look for an environmental and evaluation of the impacts and the assessment of the mitigations, a requirement of a data management system from the developers, a reporting on monitoring of the behavioral and performance of the key environmental and social variables so that we can have a balanced economy and environment for the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Speaker number 32 is Ann Bennett. Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Appreciate being here. Ann Bennett with Sierra Club, Data Center Issues Chair, and a resident of the Mason District. Virginia is bracing for an unprecedented 300 million square feet of data centers, with 2/3 happening here in Northern Virginia. The county has recently begun to approve larger facilities in tandem with market demand. These are not your mother's data centers. These are power plants that should face the highest scrutiny possible, and they don't now, and they won't with this bare bones approach. That is why Sierra Club and 13 environment and climate organizations have asked for more comprehensive actions and policies. As an urbanizing county of 1.1 million, it is increasingly hard to segregate uses from people, residential, schools, hospitals, senior centers, and parks. That's one reason why asking for a setback of at least 500 feet is so reasonable. The debate around data centers has been framed in binary terms, and that is frankly ridiculous. This is not about tax revenue or no tax revenue. It's not about supporting labor or not supporting labor. It's not about having data centers or not having data centers. It's about having it all and meeting the highest environmental standards as promised. Data centers are not going elsewhere because they are already going everywhere. Instead, here's the playbook. This DOA was crafted to streamline approvals, leave the public voice out, which is very painful in terms of the Amazon's Westfax situation, and to defer substantive environmental regulation to another day. Without the underlying policies and regulations in place to address the unique externalities of data centers, the door is open for a flood of subpar applications, wish casting that companies will voluntarily mitigate their own pollution. Under by right conditions, the board relinquishes its power to strengthen applications. Projects will go ahead without the best available technologies for noise, energy efficiency, heat recovery, renewables, generators, water use, instead of being subject to proffers or conditions or underlying policies. The industry paints a rosy picture of no environmental impacts. We just heard it. Notably, they minimize concerns about water demand. They herald air cooling, but is increasingly inadequate to meet new AI applications and contrary to research and industry reports. And data. Potable water for data centers in Loudoun increased 260% from 2019 to 2023, while population was only up 6%. And Loudoun has reclaimed water for data centers. Last year, 6 of the 7 top users of water were data centers. This is a trend all over, and we expect to see hundreds more in service in the Fairfax water catchment area as we face drought conditions right now. And today, of course, we are in extreme heat, 12 degrees above average. School activities are closed. Seniors are told to stay inside, and yet climate considerations are not on the agenda tonight. It doesn't take a PhD to know that cooling data centers in this heat pulls more power. In fact, during this hearing, PJM is now under a hot weather alert, and right now we are at the summer peak of pulling 150 51,000 megawatts right now, right today, and tomorrow we will be too. Greenlighting data centers means greenlighting fossil fuels and higher rates for Virginians. Increases in coal and natural gas used for data centers will undermine the county's ability to meet its CCAP goals. Projects of this magnitude should require carbon impact analyses since they are not specifically addressed in CCAP. Google, we just heard about Google, but also Google this week just reported that it's no longer carbon neutral and its greenhouse gas emissions have risen 48% since 2019. And Microsoft's are up 29%. What's the county going to do to ensure that its carbon emissions do not increase? The best way to avoid negative externalities of this next generation of data centers is to prepare now to address the emerging and more intense resource demands by any mechanism possible. First, please adopt the 3 PC recommendations, and please do not include by right bonus density for repurposing. Second, strengthening the county's policies should reflect the post-2022 reality of AI applications, so we ask you to expedite a phase 2 for environmental policy recommendations. We have no time to waste. The cost of doing business in Fairfax County should include assurances and protections for residents, ratepayers, and taxpayers so that they don't foot the bill for future data centers. Requiring the wealthiest companies like Amazon to meet environmental standards is consistent with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Speaker number 33 is Lynn Molston, to be followed by Tyler Ray, Brian Sterling, Chris Lemonstrell. If I called your name, please be ready to testify. Welcome.
I have handouts for you all. Good evening, Chairman McKay, Supervisor Alcorn, and Fairfax County Board of Supervisors. My name is Lynn Molston, and I serve as president of Reston Citizens Association. We are joining with many of our sister organizations across Fairfax County to consider the ramifications of by right data centers to our environment and residential communities. We all know that data centers are industrial complexes that house acres of computer systems for storing virtual information. Massive infrastructure must be built to support these complexes, including transmission, water, and sewer lines. Expert analysis posits that data centers are slated to account for 1/5 of the world's energy usage and more than 3% of carbon emissions by 2025. According to Worldwide Technology, artificial intelligence is revolutionizing how we design and build data centers. In simple terms, every data center is now an AI data center. Let's look at the electricity component. Traditional data centers are typically designed to support lower power densities, commonly ranging from 6 to 15 kilowatts per rack. These power densities are suitable for standard IT equipment such as servers, storage devices, and networking equipment. However, with the deployment of AI workloads, especially those involving high-performance computing or deep learning, the power requirements per rack can be significantly higher, often ranging from 20 to 50 kilowatts or even more. Training complex neural networks, for instance, requires substantial computational power, resulting in considerable heat generation. Global data center power needs are expected to double between this year and 2030. Yale Environment 360 reports that data centers' electricity consumption in 2026 is projected to reach 1,000 terawatts. That's roughly equivalent to Japan's total electric consumption. Now, let's look at water consumption. Contrary to Mr. Gray's testimony earlier, in 2020, data centers consumed an estimated 174 billion gallons of water. A 15-megawatt data center can use up to 360,000 gallons of water a day. Yale Environment 360 reports that Google's data centers used 20% more water in 2022 than in 2021. while Microsoft's water use rose by 34%. Let me ask you this. With the projected increase in drought conditions in both frequency and severity, who's going to get the water first? Data centers or the residents of Fairfax County? Reston Citizens Association opposes any zoning ordinance amendment which allows data centers to be built by right in any zoning district of Fairfax County. By right development often bypasses community input and zoning regulations, denying residents a voice in decisions that directly affect their quality of life, property values, and local environment. Having a voice through the special exception process emphasizes the idea of empowerment and representation. In the strongest possible terms, Reston Citizens Association supports the rights of citizens to notice and an opportunity to be heard through an open and meaningful public hearing process to allow transparency and case-by-case mitigation of impacts before any more data centers are to be approved. Therefore, Reston Citizens Association calls on the Board of Supervisors to act to ensure that Board Chairman McKay keeps his word that Fairfax County will set the highest nationwide standard for data centers by accepting the Planning Commission recommendation of June 6, 2024, and that all data centers in Fairfax County be treated as a special exception use and require a public hearing due to the importance of the decisions and the magnitude of the impacts. Specifically, every data center must be reviewed and approved by the Board of Supervisors and have a public hearing through the special exception process, be at least 1,000 feet from residents, be at least 1 mile from our metro stations, and it is asked that the Board of Supervisors commit to immediately act to pass comprehensive data center protections for items not covered in the zoning ordinance. Thank you for your attention and consideration, and thank you for the opportunity to express the views of Reston Citizens Association as we advocate for our citizens' interests and contribute to shaping policies that affect the everyday lives of your constituents.
Thank you. We are now on speaker number 35, Brian Sterling. I'm sorry, speaker number 34, Tyler Ray, to be followed by Brian Sterling, Chris Lemonstrill, and Nancy Warner.
Thanks. I have a presentation. Great. Good evening. My name is Tyler Ray. I am the president of the Bryn Point Homeowners Association and a leader of the Save Bryn Mawr community effort concerning the unapproved pending Plaza 500 data center in the Mason District. I want to start out first by saying that the board is to be commended for the speed in which you all are seeking to address the issue of data centers and finding the balance between potential impacts on residents and the economic value that data centers can bring to the county. It's been just over a year since the board passed the matter on May 9th, 2023, directing county staff to move quickly to issue a report by the end of 2023. This was followed by the release of the staff report and recommendations on January 9th, 2024, which was followed by the key approval of the Chantilly Premier Data Center on January 23rd, 2024, where the county recommendations were cited continuously by many of you as a key factor for the approval, sending the signal to all data center developers that compliance with new standards was what was expected by the board. Public statements were made to that effect, including by Chairman McKay, who said, "I will support making sure that this is the standard on any data center that comes into Fairfax County, because frankly, we need to be setting the nationwide standard on these." And by Supervisor Bierman, who said, "What message would it send that we're accepting a data center without stuff from the data center report?" He agreed then that the Chantilly Premier Data Center did meet that and said, "I got news for you. There's a lot of proffers here. There's a lot here at this data center that matches this report." Supervisor Walkinshaw said, "We also have an opportunity to establish standards that are the highest in the Commonwealth, if not the highest in the nation, and I think the work of this application and the work that staff has done with our data center report puts us on that path." And Supervisor Harity, who opposed the Chantilly Premier Data Center, even indicated that the application came before the board, has been able to discuss and issue their guidance on the data centers, yet we're still applying the guidance to that data center. The urgency was continued in March 19th, 2024, by the board matter offered by Supervisors Vice Chair Smith, Chairman McKay, and Supervisor Jimenez, which states that, quote, "It is important to move forward without delay to amend the zoning ordinance to strengthen the current provisions for data centers while recognizing that data centers provide an economic benefit to the county. There were also 2 references to the need to expedite this process, recognizing the critical need to act quickly to ensure that any new data center complies." In fact, during that March 19th hearing, Vice Chair Smith recognized the need to act, stating that, quote, "Increasing demand for data centers and the increased understanding of their potential impacts reveal a need to consider strengthening the county's current regulations." The board directed county staff and the Planning Commission to move quickly from there, including scheduling a Planning Commission public hearing on June 5th and 6th. It's at this public hearing that the Planning Commission, recognizing the need to act as quickly as possible, unanimously passed its recommendations, which included the provision that has the effect of ensuring that unapproved data center applications would need to comply. Planning Commissioner Mary Cortina stated this explicitly in her remarks, saying, "My understanding all along in this process has been that we had to act with immediacy because data center applications are coming in and we want them to be subject to these new regulations." Now, here we are tonight at the culmination of your initial effort to amend the zoning ordinance to ensure that every data center going forward coming into the county meets the standards that you will pass tonight. Thankfully, you have the authority to do this, and there are many examples of the board doing this, including at least 16 times in the past when amending the zoning ordinance. We've heard from other speakers tonight that this is going to set precedent. However, the historical record of the over 680 amendments to the zoning ordinance show that each zoning ordinance amendment is treated individually based on the circumstances with which that issue is about. You will not be setting precedents tonight if you say that unapproved data centers need to comply. You will just be responding to the specific need that you have all identified over the last year. Now, you missed the opportunity to be able to protect the residents of the Meadows of Chantilly Mobile Home Park, which is a designated affordable housing community, since it was a by-right site plan that was approved just 7 days ago. You do have the opportunity, however, to get it right with at least 2 other pending site plans. The Word of Grace Data Center proposal that is less than 180 feet from homes on the border of Hunter Mill and Sully districts, and the Plaza 500 Data Center, which is directly next to over 1,000 homes in an environmental justice community that is nearly 70% people of color and a vibrant diversity of religious beliefs, sexual orientations, income levels, and housing options, including county-designated workforce housing, which would be less than 200 feet away from the proposed data center. You just approved workforce housing revisions tonight, and now you're going to potentially say that they can be this close to data centers. I'll wrap up. It would also place a massive electrical substation less than 80 feet away and decimate a resource protection area to make way for 120 feet tall transmission lines. The Planning Commission, county staff have already said this is not an appropriate place for a data center, as did the City of Alexandria and thousands of residents. Allow yourself a chance to review these proposals with the new zoning standards applied and give residents the chance to vet these through a public hearing and review process. This is a pretty straightforward ask that gets to the heart of fairness and shows that you are listening to the concerns of your constituents who voted for you to make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Speaker number 35 is Brian Sterling, to be followed by Chris Lemonstrol. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, supervisors of the board. My name is Brian Sterling. I'm a resident of the Mason District. I'm a private citizen and an attorney. I've been engaged on the matter of the proper siting of data centers in the county since October 2022, when Starwood Capital Group first obfuscated their intent to build a data center through the rezoning of the Plaza 500 property. I ask that you adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation in full and only consider strengthening provisions in ways that result in better protection for residential neighbors. It would be inexcusable to exempt pending data center site plans from any new standards you adopt tonight. The Planning Commission's unanimous approval of text affirming that an applicant owner may continue to rely on the prior approval of their applications was a just and considered response to a proposal for extraordinary relief. Importantly, the final recommended Commission amendment text is consistent with state law. Virginia code and the courts have put landowners, especially sophisticated developers represented by legal counsel, on notice about when rights in land use vest. Virginia code repeatedly states that the landowner's rights vest only upon approval, including approval of administrative applications. This, the law, is regulatory certainty, predictability, stability. The law is clear on the issue of site plans being accepted for review versus approved, and reliance on Virginia law ensures the most equitable treatment of all parties affected by the amendment. In other words, this is a matter of policy. It's a matter of your choice. Fairfax County need not and should not afford pending site plans in this case what the General Assembly has deemed appropriate in the land use context. Doing otherwise will rob a substantial number of residents in our community of the protections of the amendment that you adopt. The zoning development history of the Plaza 500 site indicates that there is no public interest served in making Plaza 500's February site plan the candidate for special treatment above and beyond the law. They'll say that they have made an investment in their site plan's work. Yes. But I have made an investment in my home too. So have my neighbors. Many times over, the minuscule investment made by $1 billion industry in one rushed, inadequate site plan that needs to be redone from the ground up anyway. Let them explain why they should be within 1 mile of a metro. Let them explain why they can't put noise equipment at least 500 feet away from residential property. Let them explain why they placed an electrical substation on their property that would require Dominion to rip out a resource protection area. Do not reward a sophisticated actor that worked to beat you to the punch. That would only incentivize bad faith actors to work faster than the law can keep up. In other words, let them amend their site plan to meet your requirements or exercise their right to file a special exception. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now on speaker number 36, Chris Lemonstrel, to be followed by Scott Gorvit and Matt Westover. If I've called your name, please be ready. Welcome.
Good evening. Chairman McKay, respected members of the board, I will speak before you today on behalf of my local McLean-based neighborhood organization, Virginia Democracy Forward, known as VADF. Many of our members had worked for several years with county officials and the larger Fairfax community to establish a community-wide energy and climate action plan, the CCAP goals. The most important of these goals is for the entire community to be carbon neutral by 2050. The enormous issue before us today is that the data center industry will make it all but impossible to meet our CCAP and carbon neutral goals. The data center exponential growth, the massive energy need, and off-the-chart carbon footprint are such that the 210 pages of the CCAP plan, its 12 strategies, and 64 actions are now thrown out of the window. Just to give one example, it was estimated in the CCAP report that between 2020 and 2030, the total rooftop solar installed in all Fairfax County would be about 50 megawatt. That is less than a single medium-sized data center consumes. So think about this. Just one data center approved, if not using clean energy, will negate more than 10 years of rooftop solar installations countywide. So it came as a huge surprise to find that the Planning Commission proposed ordinance and recommendations had nothing that addressed this massive energy use and its many impacts: power lines, impact on grid, impact on electricity rates, and carbon emissions. While this board does not have direct jurisdiction over energy use, there are many levers that the county can use through the special exception and proffer process to mitigate the negative energy impact. Number one, and most important, we urge this board to require a special exception for each and every data center approval. The approval of the Meadows of Chantilly data center just a week ago, so outrageous that it made local news, is Exhibit A on why by right approval can go terribly wrong. Counties around us are moving to remove by right approvals. In May, the Leesburg City Council voted 6-1 to require special exception for every data center. And on July 2nd, the Loudoun County Board voted 7-2 to do the same. And we certainly ought to learn from our neighbors from Loudoun. They are the experts. They've been at it for more than 15 years, and they certainly know better. We urge the board and the Planning Commission to go back to the CCAP and Fairfax carbon goals. And estimate the impact of data center approval on the goals and mitigation strategies through renewable energy requirements. According to Virginia State Code, I quote, zoning ordinances shall be for the general purpose of promoting the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. Certainly, protecting this community from the devastating impact of climate change shall be a part of this purpose. Just as we restrict land use based on building footprint, we need to regulate land use based on carbon footprint. Just because it's not been done in the past doesn't mean it shouldn't be done today. Our group met with a lawyer with 30 years of experience with Virginia zoning and land use, and he indicated to us unequivocally that if Fairfax were to include in the zoning ordinance the requirement for data centers to have solar panels on their roof, and we know that would only address a very small percentage of their energy, that would absolutely be in Fairfax's right to do so, as there's nothing in the state code that prevents it, and that would be part of reasonable building improvements to mitigate building impact on the community. It would appear that this board has already decided that data centers are the magical solution to this year's budget shortfall. That would be very short-sighted. Look, some years the budget, we have a surplus, some years we have a shortfall. What we are deciding today should not be a quick budget fix. It is to have the right framework in place for the many years to come. And the great thing here is that we can have it both ways. This industry has enormous needs and enormous cash. So even with all the regulations, even with the additional amendments that are recommended by this community and the expert environmental organizations, the data center will come and will still line up for approvals. We urge this board to enhance the zoning ordinance as recommended by so many today. We urge the board to make a commitment today to expedite updating a comprehensive plan to include policies to mitigate the data center energy use. We want to keep funding our world-class schools, but not by enabling off-the-chart carbon emissions that will destroy our kids' future. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me verify. Speaker number 37 no longer wishes to testify, so we are on speaker number 38, Scott Gorvit. Scott here, to be followed by Matt Westover. Welcome, Mr. Gorvit.
Good evening, Chairman McKay, Supervisor Smith, team supervisors, Fairfax County. Thank you very much. My name's Scott Gorvat. I'm a private citizen. You saw me once before at the Chantilly Premier application. I believe we worked hard and we did very good things and improved the balance of the process. I'm here to ask you to vote no for continuous by right land use. A special exemption, and really, is just nothing more than a fancy conversation between its public and those that are entering the business community. The business community is one that's important to put its foot forward at any proper time. My story is a little bit of a childhood story. I was a little kid in Wisconsin before I grew up in Henrico County, went to Wisconsin, came back. But the national rage back then, supervisors, clearly were factories. We built factories like you've never seen, never the world had seen. We did it in 10 states, Milwaukee, St. Louis, Detroit, Marquette, Cleveland. It doesn't matter where you build them. Data centers are the new factories of our time. They're here, they're with us. Those factory towns in the Midwest and the 10-state area are now known as what? The Rust Belt. That's it. Reinvigoration to get those things up and running will be another tax break, another tax increase, leaving the citizens who did what? Like my family got up and left. The same issues apply in factories as they do in data centers. Noise, close to schools, energy use, which way the wind blows and the smoke gets in your face. Data centers are the new information noise barns. They're just producing content for out-of-staters. It was no different than a Twinkie factory sending something down to Arkansas. The large musical noise barns are moving information faster than people can keep up, and by right protection allows another conversation. It engages the community in a way just like a doctor office does, a pizza shop, a coffee place. It changes the way the business operates and the community members live amongst their new neighbors when a data center comes in. They have to deal with size. They have to deal with noise. They have to deal with distance, loss of view. The business impact is really just a game between the large taxpayer in the state of Virginia. It's a $10 million tax break for all those playing the home game behind me, they've asked, and 15 years in a break. The county tax base is really important, but it's also a line item to how a community member lives. It's not just a punching bag. Data centers are a one-trick pony, and at the end of the day, if you put all your money on the wrong horse, you lose. Running out of a business is only one point of being in business. It's to continue to support the citizens that make for a good business. Strong communities build strong businesses, and strong businesses come back and put us in a place of business proper. In conclusion, please continue to do the hard work of placing guardrails on data centers as they continue to grow. Use a model of too much of anything in life is a bad thing. This one-trick pony of business is a problem for the county, and they need to be aware just from a tenured citizen student of your leadership of 27 years. Please vote no on a continuous by right approval process for data centers and help everyone in the county move along. Thank you very much. My name is Scott Gorvat.
Thank you. Speaker number 39, Matt Westover, is here. Will be followed by video testimony and a caller. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman McKay, members of the board. My name is Matt Westover. I am a resident of Fairfax County in the Springfield District. As some of you may know, I'm also an attorney who practices in Fairfax County. I often assist both developers and operators of data centers in this area. I want to thank the board for its consideration of what is before you tonight, and I'm asking this board, if it adopts any changes to the ordinance tonight, to impose and adopt meaningful grandfathering provisions that would protect the investment-backed expectations of those who have spent tens of thousands, if not tens and hundreds of millions of dollars in pursuit of their projects. As some of the members of this board may know, site plans are not prepared overnight. They cost tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to prepare, and they often take many months, in some cases more than a year, to work its way through the site plan approval process. Those plans are submitted, they're sent to outside agencies for comment, they're reviewed, they're sent back, there's a back and forth, a resubmittal process, and ultimately, if they check all the boxes, they are approved. But that takes time. Imposing and adopting grandfathering provisions will protect the investment-backed expectations of developers, whereas changing the rules at this stage without meaningful grandfathering resolution language can have significant consequences. First, it could create uncertainty over the ability to obtain further approvals and the legal status of these plans. It could make it difficult or impossible to obtain financing to construct these projects. It could put a cloud over further investment in this county at a time, as others have testified tonight, when it is a challenging environment. Clarity is critical to further investment in this county, and as a result, I ask this board to adopt the grandfathering language now. I believe such language has been proposed that would protect plans that have been submitted, that are in the review process currently. Again, these plans are not prepared overnight. These plans are not rushed through the process, as some have suggested tonight. These plans are prepared after people purchase property, which could cost tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. They spend tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on engineers and architectural fees to prepare those plans and submit them and work them through the county process. Grandfathering language is not controversial. It's also not uncommon. Just look at what our neighbors in Loudoun did. Less than 9 months ago, Loudoun, Stafford, and Fauquier counties have faced the same decision that this board faces tonight. Every one of those jurisdictions, when they amended their ordinance related to data centers, they adopted grandfathering language to protect plans that were in the review process. I would ask this board to do the same here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 40 is Rose Hendricks, who has submitted video testimony.
My name is Rose Hendricks, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Fairfax County chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby to urge you to prioritize the county's climate goals in the data center zoning ordinance and amendment. With 1,195 members in the county, Citizens Climate Lobby Fairfax advocates for meaningful climate solutions, including the rapid transition to clean energy. We commend the county for embarking on the zoning ordinance amendment process and engaging in a thorough study of the many complicated issues surrounding data centers. These include concerns about noise, water usage, and aesthetics that many of our fellow environmental advocates have drawn attention to. We trust that you'll find ways to mitigate these impacts through the zoning ordinance amendment. From our point of view as climate advocates, the biggest concern is the one that is hardest to resolve: the intense energy needs of data centers. The growth of this industry is pushing Northern Virginia's greenhouse gas emissions in the wrong direction. Clean energy is not coming online fast enough to meet data center demand, and electricity generated from gas and coal is expected to fill the gaps. The use of diesel generators for backup power at data centers adds to the climate impact of these facilities, while also creating locally toxic pollution that endangers the health of county residents. We urge you to enact the strongest possible requirements for energy efficiency and renewable energy generation and procurement for data centers. On-site microgrids with solar and battery storage should take the place of diesel generators. If the use of diesel generators cannot be avoided completely at the outset, then we hope there will at least be a mechanism to periodically review each data center's backup power operations to take advantage of technological advances that allow for less polluting operations. Absent strong requirements for clean energy and efficiency, the construction of new data centers in Fairfax County imperils the goals laid out in the community-wide energy and climate action plan. That said, banning data centers from the county would not be a win for the climate, since doing so would simply cause them to be built in another jurisdiction. Obviously, climate pollution produced elsewhere imperils the county just as much as greenhouse gases emitted locally. Instead, we hope the zoning ordinance amendment will allow the industry to operate here while pushing it along a more sustainable path. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we now have caller testimony number 41, Carla Post. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Excellent. Great. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm a resident of Fairfax County, and while I am a sustainability professional for a major Fairfax County employer, I'm here today as a concerned citizen and primarily a mother of 2 children that graduated from McLean High School, both of whom are going on to study environmental science and sustainable development because they know, our children know how much needs to be done, and we need to act for them. Climate change poses a fundamental threat to human health. As long as humans continue to add greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, the effects of climate change will worsen. There's no way to separate data centers and climate change. Climate and environmental risks are the core focus of global risk perceptions over the next decade, and they're the risks for which we seem to be the least prepared. We're seeing those effects every day: more frequent intense weather and climate events, storms, extreme heat, flooding, droughts, and wildfires. People are dying from extreme heat. Severe weather is already causing extensive and increased economic damage and consequently impacting our insurance market. There were an unprecedented number of billion-dollar disasters, 28 in total, that struck the United States in 2023. So we know data centers are energy guzzlers. They rely on fossil fuels right now, and they're straining our power grid. Without stricter regulations, we risk increased emissions, higher energy costs for residents, and compromised air quality. Virginia's leadership on clean energy is at risk if we don't responsibly regulate this industry. And allowing data centers without proper transparency will be a step backwards from our clean energy goals, and in many ways a betrayal of the promises and the plans that Virginia and Fairfax County has made. You know, while renewable and green energy solutions are being built out at a large scale, thanks a lot in part to the Inflation Reduction Act, and many of the technology companies that have been mentioned today are fully invested in renewables. It's not happening enough, and much of the grid is still running on fossil fuels. As was mentioned, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon are grappling with growing energy demands from AI. All three tech giants have acknowledged that the race to build new data centers and develop intensive AI features will and could complicate their long-term climate objectives. Tech companies are so desperate to build massive data centers that they're asking for enough electricity to power entire cities. And I believe ultimately AI may have the ability to solve many climate issues, but should the citizens of Fairfax County pay this cost for speculation that tech companies will solve that problem of massive energy consumption of large language models? You know, we're already seeing the plans in Virginia to shut down coal-firing plants that may not go through because those data centers need so much energy that grid operators need to fire those coal plants back up just to keep them running in order to meet that demand. Dominion Energy, our principal electric utility, has said it's struggling to provide enough power. And again, I've heard many speakers testify to the amount of revenue that data centers will bring to this county, but I would ask you all to consider the full financial burden of climate change. The submerged cost, which I mentioned above, is substantial and ongoing. Infrastructure damage from extreme weather, public health costs, economic disruptions from extreme weather, and environmental restoration all have the potential to offset that significant tax revenue that we're all speaking of. As we build for the future and not just for next year, this board please must consider how to mitigate the negative impact of data center emissions and power and water consumption. There's no easy solutions, and that's why we all appreciate that you are taking this on, but that's also why it's of utmost importance to preserve your ability to act in the future. To protect the environment and our public health, we must require common sense and transparent environmental impact assessments for data centers, including mandatory reporting on energy use, water consumption, and greenhouse gas emissions. We should require data centers have a plan for mitigating diesel-generated pollution and transitioning away from them in the midterm, and implement energy efficiency standards, incentivize renewable energy adoption, and protect our transportation infrastructure by carefully considering data center locations and not allowing them to be placed near mass transit. I would require all data center development be subject to special exception review to make it easier for you all to address either unregulated or unanticipated issues. And finally, preserve the provision that new rules in the ZOA would apply to submitted but not yet approved data centers. Fairfax County is a climate leader. We have ambitious goals for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We must ensure that data center development aligns with those commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 42 is Timothy Pendergrass. Timothy Pendergrass, to be followed by two callers, or at least one. After that will be Warren Chang, Rebecca Gomez, and Ethan Heinzelman. If you all can be ready to testify when it's your turn, that would be appreciated. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman, Supervisors. As you said, my name is Tim Pendergrass. Tonight, as the HOA Board President, I represent the community of Ridges at Edsall. I know that you've heard from multiple experts in the data center field, multiple data center builders and developers. Right now, I stand before you as an expert for my community of residents. We're a 20-plus years old community that lies less than 200 feet from a proposed electric substation and a few hundred feet from a proposed data center. It's half a football field length from our townhouse yards where the neighbors gather and visit and the children gather to play. Our community is not opposed to data centers. We understand the need for these, just as we understand the need for airports and train stations. but I'm sure that we would all agree that these do not belong in residential neighborhoods nor abutting residential communities. And we, as your residents, need protective measures to shield us from data centers being able to build without public discussion in our residential backyards. I've attended multiple hearings on data centers and have heard the claims that data center developers want what's best for the residents, that the builders want to work with the residents to minimize noise, light, and visual nuisance. But I'm here to tell you, this is lip service. When our communities first learned that Plaza 500 was targeted for full I-5 zoning, and we asked them point blank, the owners assured us and assured your planning commission that they had no plans to build a data center. Of course, when they were unable to secure the I-5 full zoning for Plaza 500, they moved forward post-haste with their application for a data center. Is that an honest, open way to engage? Since that time, our communities have contacted the data center developers on 3 occasions, seeking open dialogue to discuss plans and protections for the residents. The developer has not responded to any of our entreaties. I ask you, does that sound like a data center developer who really wants to work with the communities? Are the residents, my community, really expected to trust the goodwill of the developers who are beholden to their profit? Without special exceptions, residents have zero voice in data center builds next to their homes. Without special exceptions, you, the Board of Supervisors, relinquish your ability, your requirement to offer protections to your constituents. We ask you to vote to disallow by right data centers. With special exceptions, you can protect the voice of the residents and retain your control as the Board of Supervisors. Last month, your Planning Commission voted to reject grandfathering on data center applications that are not yet approved. We ask you to do the same. Your Planning Commission voted unanimously for a 1-mile setback from metro stations. We ask you to do the same. In addition, we ask you to expand the residential setback from 200 feet to 1,000. I can easily toss a ball from the backyard and hit a data center 200 feet away. Data centers with their noise, lights, pollution emissions, and visual blight do not belong 200 feet away from where children play and residents live and sleep. As you consider our requests, I ask, would you welcome a data center 200 feet from your own house? Would you agree to allow by right data center next to your parents' or your children's homes, denying them the possibility for public discussion? If you answered no, or even if you paused to think about that, I ask you to answer the same for our community, for your constituents. Tonight is your opportunity to truly set that nationwide standard, the highest of standards to which you have committed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, let me verify that Katrina Wiskup is not, okay. So do we have George Landreth on the line? Mr. Landreth, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Welcome, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Again, my name is George Landreth. I live in Chantilly near Poplar Tree Elementary School, and I wanted to speak this evening so that I could express my support for data centers, because data centers, for example, generate high-paying jobs. They generate and pay a lot of taxes, which would help lower the heavy tax burden on Fairfax County residents, which is already among the highest in the nation and appears to be continuing on a high trajectory. Data centers also help diversify our tax base, which would help with the long-term health of Fairfax County's tax base. And tax centers place a very light demand on social services, so they don't dramatically increase localities' costs. For example, they don't require a lot of new schools or roads and highways and so forth. So there's, I think, lots of things we might build could be very expensive, and that this is not among them. So I think they make a lot of sense. But I'm somewhat concerned about the county's proposed rules and regulations, because they seem to be designed to limit data centers or to place heavy burdens upon them, and designed to make them more difficult to establish. And that strikes me as unwise and unhelpful policy, as I said, I think these are the sort of businesses, data centers are, that we should be excited to have in Fairfax County because of the tax burden that they could help resolve, and instead of discouraging them or using regulations to largely block them. Because again, like I said, I think data centers provide good paying jobs, they expand the tax base, they also expand economic growth that will benefit those who don't even work at the data centers. And so as a result, the populace at large may find that there's other jobs available to them because of the existence of a data center. And so I encourage the board to make sure that the county's policy encourage good jobs, economic expansion of our tax base, and that tax rates don't continue to skyrocket. So thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 45 is Warren Chang, to be followed by Rebecca Gomez and Ethan Henselman. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Warren Chang. I live in Pleasant Valley. I've lived there for over 30 years. It's an undisputed fact that data centers use huge amounts of power. Almost every new data center needs a new substation. Each new substation needs high voltage transmission lines. The installation of these lines are exempt from destroying resource protection areas. You think you will be free from responsibility, since Dominion has this mandate to supply power wherever it is needed, however they can. But you will be setting the stage for large-scale destruction of our protected areas. If you don't control the development of data centers, it will be you to blame. For example, the generation of this power will require keeping coal power plants online, releasing millions of tons of greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. Renewable sources will not be sufficient. For example, the 835-acre solar farm being built at Dulles will have enough power to power one data center building. You all know of the 2.6 gigawatt offshore wind farm in Virginia. That would go toward powering the 2.4 gigawatt one-track technology park they're building in Hanover County. The world is watching us as data centers greedily consume all the power we have, and we build data centers that hunger for the power we don't have. Land use approvals for data centers are the purview of the county. By continuing by-right development of enormous data centers, we're eliminating any possibility of mitigating electrical impacts and are in fact increasing them. As outlined in the January Data Center Report, through the special exception process and the comprehensive plan, a new coordination process with Dominion and NOVEC and the applicants can be developed to review energy capacity, but this recommendation so far has been ignored. The billion-dollar corporations and their representatives are trying to scare you into thinking they will pull out if any restrictions are added to the by-right zoning. That couldn't be farther from the truth. Look what we accomplished with the Chantilly Premier special exception process and the proffers they offered, some of which we didn't even ask for. Developers are desperate for this land next to the data pipeline and unlimited power supply mandates. With by-right development, you're giving it to them for a song, and your constituents are paying the price. These mega corporations have the pockets to absorb the costs of being good neighbors, but will not cut into their profits unless you require them to do so. We as citizens are in the path of this data gold rush. We are fighting for our health and well-being. These developers and their representatives are fighting to increase their year-end bonuses. By right means build as cheaply as possible to maximize profits. Profits are people. Please don't put profit over your people. And profit is by right data centers. In conclusion, show your governing skill with compromise. Allow data centers under the special exception process, allow citizen input, act with good conscience, integrity, and eliminate by right data centers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're on speaker number 46, Rebecca Gomez.
Hello. My name is Rebecca Gomez. I am a first-time homeowner and a new mom to a six-month-old son in the Bren Point neighborhood. My house is 300 feet from the proposed 500 data center development at Plaza 500. I am here to embellish on 2 points. Number one, the importance of limiting the metro entrances 1 mile away from data centers, and then asking you to include the applicability provision that says unapproved data center sites plans must comply with updated standards. Okay, so on number one, the 1 mile distance mandate from metro station entrances. As elected officials, you all are stewards of our public investments. Taxpayers have spent billions of dollars on building and maintaining metro. The immediate areas around stations must be guarded for transit-oriented development, which is listed as a priority in the Fairfax County Comprehensive Plan. I understand that in some instances, data centers can help with county budgets, but building near a metro would erode existing taxpayer investment in the benefit of metro. Furthermore, mixed-use developments are also a boon for budgets, so this is not a mutually exclusive decision. We only have 10 metro stations in Fairfax County. Do not squander the few places that we have that make sense to already address our housing crisis, affordability crisis, and increase in traffic due to the prevalence of car-centric neighborhoods. This area is never going to become less populated. There's no more land. We have to go up. We need new housing in dense, walkable neighborhoods where residents can rely on public transportation. 92% of Gen Z and 85% of millennials said that they would pay more to live in a walkable community. Giving people what they want in the future starts now. Give the people what they want. We want walkable neighborhoods, and transit-oriented development near metro is a place to do that. Data centers near metro jeopardizes the opportunity to build transit-oriented development. I wish I could live in a more walkable neighborhood. I grew up in Falls Church City, which is very walkable, and I couldn't afford a place near my parents' house. There are so few places like that. Please safeguard our 10 metro stations in Fairfax County. The area in my neighborhood in Brent Point is trending positively. It includes the West End development on 54 acres where the old Landmark Mall used to be. This board just approved a new neighborhood and hotel on the old Vulcan Materials site across from the Van Dorn Metro. And there are proposed developments for the Van Dorn Plaza and the Virginia Paving Company within a mile of the Van Dorn Metro. No data center belongs near a metro, inside the Beltway, or next to this many residents. With that in mind, as a second note, I implore you to include the applicability provision that says unapproved data center sites must comply. Honestly, the prospect of applications underway getting a pass seems like the board is implicitly bowing to the needs of data center developments over maintaining the obligation to protect residents and shepherding sustainable growth in Fairfax. You've probably been going back and forth with the teams working on data center proposals, and they're probably really nice, and I'm sure you want to find a nice middle ground for them. But ultimately, you are undermining yourselves by allowing some applications to get a free pass on what you dictate to be the minimum standard for all data centers. It does not matter if the application is already underway. The awkwardness of stopping a handful of projects does not outweigh your obligation to protect citizens and to be stewards of sustainable development. I am not anti-data center. I understand that in the right place that they can be a boon. I'm not anti-development. If this was a mixed-use development, I'd throw my weight behind it. But zoning exists specifically for the purpose of separating industry from residents. Remember why we have zoning. It does not exist to keep the status quo. It exists for a reason, and this is the reason it was created for.
Thank you, Rebecca. Rebecca, your time passed a while ago.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We want to thank you for your testimony, and if there's anything you didn't get to, you can certainly provide it to us. Thank you very much. Speaker number 47 is Ethan Henselman, to be followed by Deborah Harvey, Keith Elliott. If you all are here, if I called your name and you're here, please come down closer. Ms. Henselman, welcome.
Thank you. I am a member also of the Brent Point community. I live a few doors down from Rebecca, actually, so we're good neighbors, good friends. In 2018, the National Journal of Real Estate Research published an article of the impact that high voltage power lines have on real estate values that are within 1,000 feet of proximity. Their conclusion was that the real estate prices were affected by 20 to 45%. The closer the proximity to the power line, the greater the drop in value. When I asked Dominion Energy why they decided to plan for 120-foot tall, high-voltage power lines on the residential side of Plaza 500 as opposed to the industrial side of Plaza 500, their response was simple: because that's where the owner wants them, and they paid good money for that land. I don't know if their inference or suggestion that Plaza 500's money is more value than mine, but that response stung at least a little bit. A good neighbor would have said, why don't we put these high voltage power lines as far away as we possibly can from the good people who already live here? I was frustrated, but I am powerless to do anything about it. And so here I stand today before you because you are not powerless to do anything about it. You have the authority to make this right. I stand here today doing about the only thing I possibly can do, which is appeal to the common decency and reason of my county Board of Supervisors. I was encouraged by the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of stricter data center standards. I ask you to please adopt their recommendation. I ask you to please adopt the recommendation to not grandfather in any applications that are submitted but not yet approved. Grandfathering in those applications would be a joke. The question you are answering today is not, do we promote development, or do we promote lower taxes, or do we promote data centers even? The question you're answering today is, should a 70-foot tall, 460,000 square foot data center be erected 200 feet behind my home where I currently live and inhabit with my wife and children without giving me so much as a comment on the matter? I do not blame Starwood Capital for chasing profits at the expense of me, my family, or my community, because quite frankly, and with all due respect to each of you, it is not their responsibility to protect the residents of Fairfax County. It's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are now on speaker number 48, Deborah Harvey, to be followed by Keith Elliott. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here tonight representing the Heavy Construction Contractors Association. We are a trade association headquartered here in Northern Virginia, representing over 190 construction firms and 40,000 individuals employed by those firms. A recent survey of our members revealed that nearly 40% of those contracting companies are involved in the construction of data centers one way or another. These firms range from very large contracting firms to the small, often minority, women, or veteran-owned specialty contractors. In addition to the contracting companies, the majority of our members that provide goods and services to those companies are also involved in providing those goods and services to the data center construction. Dozens of those companies are headquartered in or have significant presence here in Fairfax County and employ hundreds of county residents. The data centers are enormous construction undertakings requiring years of planning and execution to complete the process. From the groundbreaking to completion, there is an amazing amount of work involved. The sheer amount of materials and dirt that needs to be moved to create these data centers is significant. That excavation is not simply for the foundations of the building itself, but also for the infrastructure of the site. The underground utilities, drainage, bioretention ponds, green space, all must be done in preparation for the actual building of the structure itself. The steps in construction include the work of hundreds of individuals every step of the way. A report released by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Technology Engagement Center shows that during construction, the data centers average employ 1,688 local workers, provide $77.7 million in wages for those workers, and produce $243.5 million in output to the local economy. Typically generating $9.9 million in revenue for state and local government. This is during the construction phase alone, prior to the beginning of operations. And this data aligns perfectly with the study done by Bay Consultants, commissioned by Fairfax County's next-door neighbor, Prince William County, and released in October 2021. This report concludes, with construction costs estimated at $275 million over an assumed 12-month period, a prototype data center would support almost 1,700 estimated direct jobs and an additional 407 indirect jobs at other businesses supporting the construction. There is also another 301 jobs resulting from worker expenditures. This collateral economic growth is significant to the local construction region itself. In our own locality, many of my member companies report that 90 to 95% of their annual income does result from data center development. Clearly, the initial investment of building a data center creates construction jobs for local workers, not just in the building of the center itself, but in the development of the surrounding public infrastructure. The roads, the utilities, the power and communication infrastructures, all are involved in the expansion of this center. The collateral economic growth associated with the businesses by construction sites also provide goods and services for the contracting companies and the construction workers on those sites. The tax base for the county during the construction phase alone is increased for the benefit of the county-based public programs and services. Data centers themselves have contributed over $100 million to the county's general fund in the last 5 years, supporting schools, parks, and other critical priorities. By continuing to support the strategic location and construction of data centers, Fairfax County and its residents will realize short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term economic growth to the benefit of the county, the contractors, and the workers performing work here. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Speaker number 49 is Keith Elliott. And we then have a caller, Jahani Arslan, speaker number 52, and Nelson Aguilar, if you can be ready. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Nelson Aguilar will not be present.
Okay, well, I'll verify when we get there. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Chairman McKay, Kathy Smith, nice to see you guys. Listen, I'm here to speak about this because I have, the real estate background, and just hearing the people speak about how close these are going to be to their properties. Let me remind you, I manage an association in Ashburn. It's called, and across the street from the association was a property being developed for data centers called Belmont Innovation. And in that process, the developer there tried to put in 3 times the amount of square footage for the data center than what was allowed. It was a by right property. And the Board of Supervisors there denied the project for the special exception. However, the developer did put in the data center, and it's going in. But the developer at that time, all the concessions that the county commission worked on, the Board of Supervisors worked on, and all the citizens within the area put a lot of exceptions in there for them to do a lot of build out to help the community, to help the environment and everything else. But all of it got wiped out. So that Belmont Innovations, for the majority of all those concessions, they were all wiped out because they're just going to do the by right. And so there's less build out restrictions that are being done. So I'm saying here today, as I've stated before, we can't allow by right data centers, especially right next to these housing developments. It's insane. The thing is, we're talking about billion-dollar corporations. They're not going anywhere. It's supply and demand. They want this area. Why do they want the area? One, the land is available Two, the owners are willing to sell it because they want to make the millions. I get that. And the second part is the infrastructure, right? We got the infrastructure here that's already, look at Wax Pool, look at Loudoun County and Prince William. It works. So they're not going to go anywhere. They're not going to test the waters in another state where they're not already there. So they're not going to go anywhere. I think you, as the Board of Supervisors in this county, guess what? Can maximize the protections for the citizens of the county. Use your, your pulpit here to maximize the protections for us. And that's, I've heard people say, oh, the 200 feet or the 500 feet. I remember back in the Chantilly Premier thing, it was 2,000. People were saying 2,000 feet. Anything less than that was too close to a community. So I would say do not allow them at 200 feet. They got to be farther away. You could drive down Route 50, drive down Route 28. You could do it in a minute. You could see those data centers. But think about the people, the communities there. They're going to be living right next to it every single day, walking out their backyard looking at it. So put the protections in there for them. And the second thing is, for the tax revenue, I heard somebody, if I heard it correctly, he seemed to think in the where the old Redskin Park is, that we might not be taxing that new owner correctly. So I would ask this board to task the county executive and the tax assessors to make sure if a property is selling for $10 million, it's now worth $10 million, so tax that individual for the $10 million. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is a caller. Do we have?
We were unable to reach Mr. Hannigan.
We were not able to reach Mr. Hannigan. I know Don Slayman was here earlier, but is not here now. Jahani Arslan, are you here? Jahan Arslan is here. If you could come on down. To be followed by, we don't think Nelson Aguilar is here, but Robert Kenyon will be a caller after that. Welcome, Jahan.
Hi there, everyone. I speak as a former planner and real estate consultant. Recently, I asked a Fortune 50 executive if they could imagine a company forfeiting ability to negotiate with a prospective business partner. His reply, that would be extremely unwise. We elected you to negotiate wisely with this rapidly evolving business partner. Every data center needs special exception review. Despite claims made before the Planning Commission, this industry isn't here to be good citizens or good neighbors. Data centers are here to use our resources and to make money. Money buys options, but data centers will give us no options if county declines to negotiate. No disclosures on electric, chemical, or water usage presage a troubled future. Neighborhoods on private wells have gone dry. Summer temperatures break records, and yet data centers siphon more water for cooling. Fairfax Water finally needs that desalination plant. Residents suffer water restrictions, rolling brownouts. Electric bills equal monthly rents. Lacking public negotiation, dirty Tier 1 and 2 generators will continue spewing air pollution that permeates every zoning district without prejudice. What will county do when disease vectors become apparent? Create a disease overlay district? Lacking negotiation, we'll have more data center operators like CoreSite, who's suing to avoid its tenants paying business property tax. Lacking public negotiation, the repurposing of buildings in the office and I-2 districts has potential to discourage economic diversity and stability. Those zones were created for clean, quiet uses. Neighboring localities are rolling back data center locations and removing by rightability. Are we paying attention? Data is a modern-day dirty industry. We may need the technology, but we don't need to be crushed by its impacts. Chairman McKay, Supervisors Walkinshaw and Stork called for the highest standards to be crafted. Highest standards are flexibly achieved via special exceptions. Each unique site, each operator, each technology in this rapidly evolving field can be assessed individually. For applicants committed to highest industry and environmental standards, this public process will be smooth. It's win-win when county regulates to attract the highest quality operators to our very desirable location. Commit to the laudable standards you profess. Negotiate to protect our economic, environmental, and personal well-being. Require special exceptions. Last, please support the conditions recommended by the Planning Commission as the first step to a more in-depth review of data center standards. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Speaker number 53, I don't see Nelson Aguilar, speaker 53. Speaker 54 is Robert Kenyon.
We were unable to reach Mr. Kenyon.
That's right, he's a caller. You were not able to reach him? Okay, so speaker number 55 is Michael Van Atta. Is Michael Van Atta here? Okay. If you all could come down closer if I call your name here. Mary Bowen and Jeffrey Parnes, who's speaker 57. Then we have a caller, and then Stephen Choluk, speaker number 59. If I called your name, you were nearing your time to testify. Michael Van Atta, welcome.
Good evening, Chairman McKay, members of the board. My name is Mike Van Atta. I'm a senior land use planner with the law firm McGuire Woods, located at 1750 Tysons Boulevard in Tysons. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of NAIOP Northern Virginia. As you know, NAIOP serves to enhance the Northern Virginia commercial real estate community and has a long-standing and productive relationship with the county in establishing balanced policies. Our organization recognizes the need for appropriate use standards on data centers to ensure compatibility with the county's overall development goals, as well as with surrounding developments. We believe that many of the conditions included in the proposed ordinance amendment are well thought out and are appropriate guardrails for data center development. We do have some concerns regarding a limited number of proposed changes that we believe in some instances go beyond what is necessary to ensure compatibility of data center development or that create vague standards. I'm not going to dwell on those as you've heard from others who are more directly impacted on those issues. Our biggest concern is the precedent set by not grandfathering pending zoning and site plan applications that are currently under review. This ordinance amendment is distinct from previous amendments. Given the scale of economic impact on the line, there will be a precedent if this amendment extends to pending applications. And so the lack of grandfathering issues does raise broad and far-reaching concerns for our members that go beyond this specific proposal. So we do believe it's critical that the Board of Supervisors include a grandfathering provision for pending zoning and site plan applications. Fairfax County has a well-deserved reputation as an exceedingly well-run and consistent jurisdiction, which has led to significant investment in the county. And while the development process in Fairfax County, it is complex and it does have a high barrier of entry, in most cases, developers and investors are very comfortable with that, with those challenges due to the predictability of the county's development process. And in many cases, those investments can reach into millions of dollars before final approvals. So the precedent set by not grandfathering pending applications it will harm the county's reputation as a place to invest. It is critical that developers and investors know the rules when they make a decision to move forward on a project. Changing those rules midstream for pending projects, it may lead to capital moving away from Fairfax County. This is a competitive environment. We are hearing about data centers, targeting a lot of other jurisdictions in this area and across the country, and so it is competitive. And so, if the perception is that any controversial project could lead to zoning amendments to wipe out already expended capital, that is a concern for us, not just with respect to data center development, but frankly any development in the county. NAIOP also believes that the lack of grandfathering puts Fairfax County out of step with other Northern Virginia jurisdictions. By way of example, Loudoun County recently adopted its new zoning ordinance, which included changes to data center regulations, and as a part of that, it did include grandfathering resolutions to protect the investment made by pending projects. So I appreciate the board's consideration of these matters and the difficult decisions you all have, and we strongly urge you to include the grandfathering provisions for pending projects as a part of this ordinance amendment. Thank you. Enjoy the night.
Thank you. Speaker number 56 is Mary Bowen, to be followed by Speaker 57, Jeffrey Parnes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and all of your fellow colleagues. I am a 15-year resident of Fairfax County and a licensed real estate broker practicing throughout the Northern Virginia area. Earlier this year, my real estate association invited Chairman McKay to speak along with leaders of Arlington, Prince William, and Loudoun counties in a room full of my fellow real estate colleagues. During this event, Chairman McKay was asked his thoughts on data centers being built in Fairfax County. Chairman McKay, in his own words, provided the following comments, and I quote, "I want to have the strictest, toughest guidelines for data centers in the county for Fairfax because we should be demanding the highest standards, the highest environmental standards. We should have guarantees. Technology has moved to a point where we should be requiring an environmental connection, and we should limit the data centers and make sure there's proximity appropriate away from residential property. The long-range property values of people depends on that, and the planet depends on that. So my approach is with every layer of caution possible, and I will be proud to say we have the toughest, most stringent standards possible in the country." End quote. Currently, George Mason University is conducting a study on the impact of real estate values for those homes in our area which are adjacent to data centers. They are looking at how the homes sold and whether they did so quickly and at what values. My concern as a real estate broker is, are they looking at the feedback of the comments of people who chose not to buy there, and how long it took to sell those properties as a result of the many showings that did not result in offers. A little over 3 years ago, I purchased a property in the Bryn Mawr district adjacent to Plaza 500. I can currently walk outside of my property and see the industrial park at a football's throw. There is a pending application for Plaza 500 to be turned into a data center. Many of my neighbors have approached me to seek my professional real estate opinion on whether our property values will be affected by the possible building of the data center. I do not have a crystal ball, and as much as I would openly like to reassure them about the future of their property values, I know for a fact I cannot calm their fears about the future quality of life. For many of us, our home is our oasis and a retreat away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life in the busy Washington, D.C. area. There's no reason that any of us should come home in the evenings and weekends only to experience an extreme disruption of quality of life and peace. We already live in a high-stress area, and there is no reason the Fairfax County Board can't find other ways to generate revenue that doesn't affect our quality of life. I ask you to pass the unanimously approved recommendations of the Planning Commission in full, including the unapproved site plans meet the standards you will set tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 57 is Jeffrey Carnes, to be followed by Mary Payton and Stephen Cholok. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman McKay and other members of the board. My name is Jeff Parnes, a resident of Fairfax County for close to 44 years, and a speaker before you and previous boards for now my 5th decade. I speak as president of the Sully District Council of Citizens Associations, whose members, along with members of the Western Fairfax County Citizens Association, form the joint Sully District Land Use and Transportation Committee. The Joint Committee has voted to express strong objections and concerns regarding the proposed zoning ordinance amendment on data centers. Let me first state that the Joint Committee is not opposed to data centers. We understand their importance to the county's financial bottom line. But the Joint Committee provided you its adopted resolution dated 20 May 2024, which supported the rights of citizens to notice and an opportunity to be heard through an open and meaningful public hearing process to allow transparency and case-by-case mitigation of impacts of any more data centers approved. In the adopted resolution, the Joint Committee requested the Fairfax County Planning Commission to recommend that all data centers in Fairfax County be a special exception use and require a public hearing due to the importance of the decisions and the magnitude of the impacts. The Joint Committee also adopted a supplemental resolution dated 17 June, strongly supporting the Planning Commissioner's recommendation that pending data center site plan applications, not yet approved, be evaluated under the new rules, rather than the weaker development standards currently in place. This condition is particularly important with respect to the controversial site plans for proposed data centers adjacent to existing affordable housing communities. The protection of the existing affordable housing community should be far more important to the board than facilitating additional streamlined development approvals. The Joint Committee also expressed strong objections to data center applications which abut residential districts, including two past applications, Parkstone and Chantilly Premier, where the data center application was zoned to an industrial district but was immediately adjacent to a residential neighborhood. And some of them were zoned RC, which caused significant impacts on the residents as well as impacts on the environment and infrastructure. As always, we appreciate the board's consideration of our concerns. Please do not hesitate to contact us should you have any questions. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Parnes. Speaker number 58 is Mary Payton. Is Mary on the line? Mary,
yes,
can you hear me? Welcome.
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome.
Thank
the floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you. Mary Payton. I'm the Housing Committee Chair for the Fairfax County NAACP. And I think we've heard about all the talking points, pro and con, on data centers, so I'm not going to add to that, but I am going to talk about transparency. The proposal before the board assumes that data center diesel generators may pose health concerns to nearby residents, and that these can be mitigated possibly about 200-foot setback and controls on noise. Board members have said they want strict environmental controls on heat, energy, and water consumption on data centers, even if they welcome the property taxes. So my question is, why did the Department of Planning and Development last week approve by right the doubling in size of the West Bex Data Center, with diesel generators are about 50 feet from the property line of a diverse community of nearly 500 working-class families in the meadows of Chantilly Mobile Home Park, without even notifying the residents? You know that would not have happened to a neighborhood in Vienna or McLean. You can tell me how legal it all was. Several people have. It's done, it's over, it was legal, they didn't have to be notified. But you know that was not right. For decades, industrial areas have impinged on minority working class communities, affecting their health and welfare. Data centers are a new industry, and they're cleaner than steel mills, certainly, but they're still, sounds like they're still emitting noise and air pollution that could affect health. At the very least, residents deserve to be notified about expansion, in this case of doubling in size of a data center and possible impacts on the community. And you could have done that. You could have insisted on a public meeting for those residents, even though a public hearing was not required. A year ago, the same thing happened at the Penda Mobile Home Park in Mount Vernon District, where residents were not notified that the largest home developer in the nation was about to build a 400-unit apartment building next door. Fuss was made by Mobile Home Park residents at the Planning Commission meeting. The Fairfax County Democratic Committee and the Fairfax NACP passed resolutions asking you to change the zoning code to notify tenants as well as property owners about adjacent developments. And you agreed that that would be done. Planning commissioners and board members told me last summer that that would be done, but it was not done. And now we find it's not even on the DPD staff agenda until 2025, 26. So last night, the NACP Executive Committee voted to send you all a letter, which you'll get tomorrow, with two requests. One is to make things right with the mobile home park families. Hold a meeting with the developer and health advocates, tell them what's happening, what mitigation is put in place, and figure out what else should be done. We've got a new program meeting with all the all the 8 mobile home communities in the county, and when the county meets with them, somehow you got to figure out to tell them about this. As far as I know, they still don't know about it. Second, fast track this amendment to the zoning code to notify tenants as well as property owners about developments, whether they're new or by right. I hear from tonight's testimony that there are other situations where tenants rather than property owners may be affected by data centers, and I think you can start doing that now on other data centers, especially if you don't grandfather pending projects. So you'll get our letter tomorrow. I hope you don't want to be seen as a county that disregards the rights of working class families and pushes through data center enlargement on their doorstep without even informing them. At the same time, you're holding this hours-long public hearing on how much regulation should be imposed on new and enlarged data centers because of possible health and environmental effects. So I really sincerely hope you'll make things right with this mobile home community and any other tenants that are in the vicinity of other data centers. They just need to know and have a chance to express their concerns and have some discussion. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 59 is Stephen Chulik. And if you are here to testify, that's the end of our listed speakers. If you are here to testify and have not already spoken on this specific issue, please at this time come down and sign in with the clerk, who is to the far right side of the dais here. Stephen, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. McKay and members of the board. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stephen Chulik. I have lived in Centerville for 45 years. I am president of the West Fairfax County Citizens Association. I'm speaking in support of the Great Falls chapter of the Sierra Club's recommendations for the proposed zoning ordinance amendment for the data center impacts in Fairfax County. Specifically, number one, the county take a comprehensive regulation approach to the data center use and also expand use-specific standards as part of this effort. Two, data centers be regulated so that environmental and health mitigations are proportional to harmful impacts. And three, all data center proposed developments be subject to a special exception. Now, I'd like to comment on some of the things that I've heard tonight. It's been mentioned that that a great deal of money is spent building, putting together building plans, and they want and developers want to protect that money. I also want to remind you that data center development is a speculative business, and these people are rushing in. This is it's a gold rush to buy land here, and they are spending large amounts of money to rush in. They're trying to get these developments in before the approval process becomes any more rigorous. So that's one concern. I've also heard tonight that I guess a number of the representatives of the data centers, they're talking about protecting jobs and the amount of money that will come into the coffers of Fairfax County as a result of these data centers. But there is no mention, they don't mention the homeowners. They don't mention the impact on their property values. As a result of this gold rush, we've heard of, for example, there was in Prince William County, there was a residential developer who built townhouses, a townhouse community, and then sold the rest of the land, the adjacent property, to a data center developer. So as a result, you have townhouses within 50 to 100 feet of a data center, and that just doesn't. I mean, that's why we're seeking special exceptions. It doesn't make sense to permit this sort of development. You have people looking at homeowners looking at 100-foot walls. 100 feet tall, they're 600 feet wide, extend 300 feet in each direction. They're being subjected to the chillers, the sound of chillers on the roofs, and the rumble of the generators. It's just it's just awful what has happening. The rush to development. We should be taking, this is new technology. We should be taking baby steps. Instead, we're rushing into this huge steps, and we're not ready for it. There hasn't been sufficient preparation to deal with these issues. So I guess I just want to say that I support the Sierra Club's recommendation that all these developments go through special exception.
Thank you very much. We are now going to go to the speakers who just signed up. I have a handful of here, starting with speaker number 60, Hyun Ratliff. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Hyun Ratliff. I'm from Braddock District. I want to talk about the data center, the location of data center. I understand we need a data center for high technology stuff, so I'm not against the data center. But for the location, I want all of you consider not build close to the park by the lake, because I live by the Royal Lake, and from this, in the Chessington property there, that's where our home association owns. Also, those townhomes on the other side, which on this side, this our home associations, our community. We also own this part of land here, which is undeveloped land, and together with 34, 35, so it's pretty much on the wooded area, which provided refuge for all the wildlife from the Lake Royal, because all the houses here been built. The wildlife by the lake, they try to escape from a different place. So they cross street from this Guinea Road and come to this our property, our home associate property, and 34, 35, to live there as refuge. And our children growing up by the lake will sometimes come here, see all the deer, see all the fox. So it's a part of a feel sense of nature. And this green space also provides big green area for clean the air, and also hold the water in case we have big storm. Because I live in this neighborhood for about 20 years, and in the past, the one time Fairfax County issued evacuation order because the lake, the water was too high, and it keep on raining, and the dam may be in the danger of have a misfunction, whatever. They give us a warning, we'll have to leave. So if we build a data center that try to squeeze in 34, 35, in the case if there's a flood or something happens, the data center will be washed. I mean, I don't know how to keep all the information. So also for the Fairfax County, we basically lose more and more green space to developer to build more and more house. So I want to have some kind of protection from the county to reserve the parkland, the lakes for generation and after generation. I don't want all this commercial development like a data center so close to our lake, so close to our park. Those kind of land they try to squeeze for data center should be built as a park or as a trail, which you can help our residents to go to the Target store, to walk in there, so we can reduce people to driving there, and also encourage people to biking to the lake. So more and more residents, other district residents, they can come to this lake to enjoy the nature like we do. So we only have 4 lakes, Burke Lake, Royal Lake, Lake Fairfax, Lake Architect. I want to put a special protection for those 4 lakes in Fairfax County and reserve those 4 lakes for all generations to come. Don't build any commercial, any data center close to those lake area. And also, if you have to, you need to start a flood zone. Make sure this is a flood zone, not going to wash the data center, whatever, because people, we can run if the flood coming. The data center, all the data will be destroyed. And that would be devastating. You spend $millions to build a data center, and one storm, boom, you're gone. And then kind of all the wildlife, we want to save them. We already feel sad. We took so many land to build houses. They have no place to go. If you build this data center in this tiny little spot here, 34, 35, you make our land, this land here will be useless. Because our home association preserve this land as a natural field for all the kids to go there to play. We didn't build a swimming pool or playground because we want to have some place for the wildlife in the lake.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Speaker number 61 is Lynn Strobel, to be followed by Speaker 62, Holden Foxworth, Speaker 63, Richard Newman. If you all could be ready to testify, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Lynn Strobel with the law firm of Walsh Colucci, and I've been engaged in land use for more than I like to recall at this time. It's probably been about 30 years, and I know that this has been a long afternoon for you, so I just would like to bring up 4 points, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. My first point has to do with where should data centers be located, and I have to disagree that there should be a special exception requirement in the I-5 and I-6 districts. The I-5 and I-6 districts in Fairfax County are the most intense industrial districts. Quite frankly, they permit a lot of uses that I think we would all agree that are more noxious than data centers. So these are the districts where data centers should be located and should not be subject to special exception approval. My second and third point have to do with setbacks. We've heard a lot about setbacks over the course of the testimony. I think, frankly, that staff got it right when they suggested a 200-foot setback for data centers. I just want to point out that in the zoning ordinance, 200 feet is the greatest setback required for anything. It's the setback required for highways, for Interstate 495, for Interstate 66, interstate highways, which, again, I think have more nuisance factor associated with them, perhaps, than data centers, especially when you consider the additional requirements that are being imposed for additional noise studies. The people that I work say that they are compliant with noise recommendations and policies and requirements, and I think that by doing additional noise studies, that will bear that out. The third item also to do with setbacks. A mile setback from a metro is a very, very long distance. I would just point out that I don't believe that in planning terms, a mile is a transit-oriented development. I think that individuals will walk to a metro at a quarter of a mile. That's always what I have heard. They may walk a half mile. I don't think people are walking a mile to get to a metro, so I cannot agree that it's going to interfere with pedestrian connectivity. And lastly, I do want to touch on grandfathering provisions, because I think this is very important. I think that if you have a developer who has invested a significant amount of time, money, and effort in the submission of a site plan, that they should be allowed to complete that process under the rules that were in place when that site plan was submitted. And whether it's a data center or an apartment building or an office building, there should be just a basic right of fairness to be able to continue under the rules of the process that were established when you began. And I just want to give one example, because I think that this is important, of how long it can take a data center, and I'll be very quick, to get approved in Fairfax County. One of my clients, and I'll just give two here, submitted a site plan on August 30th of submitted it on February 4th, 2022. It received final approval on August 30th of 2023, or 572 days. The second site plan I'll reference was submitted July 31st of 2023. It was finally approved on July 8th of 2024, just very recently, 343 days. So it can be a very long process. If you have made that type of investment, I think that you should be able to complete that process as you anticipated. And my very final comment is that there's a reason that data centers are being built is because there's demand, and I want to suspect that at least some of that demand comes from all of us in this room.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker number 62 is Holden Foxworth, to be followed by Richard Newman and Daniel Bentrit. Welcome, Mr. Foxworth.
Thank you. Good evening, and my name is Holden Foxworth, and I actively pursue and develop data center facilities in Fairfax County as well as nationwide. We're here tonight to discuss the regulation of data center development in the county. To be clear, current regulation in Fairfax County and existing requirements to develop data centers are some of the most stringent than any other jurisdiction I'm actively working in across the country. Concerns have been raised regarding the volume of wastewater discharge produced by data centers and how this discharge exceeds what the county's infrastructure is capable of processing. Statements have been made claiming data centers consume an unprecedented amount of water, and there has also been concerns or opposing comments raised concerning the power consumption and negative impact data centers have on renewable power generation. To be clear, data centers are beholden to the same wastewater standards and best management practices as any other commercial or industrial development within the county. At the June 5th Planning Commission hearing, a representative of the county's utility department advised that the existing infrastructure is more than adequate to respond to the current and future development needs. Data centers deployed today are air-cooled facilities, period. Moreover, modern-day facilities are similarly impactful, if not less impactful, to water resources as a commercial office or industrial warehouse. The data center industry is directly responsible for the proliferation of renewable energy funding, development, and deployment. On an annual basis, the industry is responsible for more than 46 gigawatts of renewable energy purchases across the United States. To put that into perspective, the entire state of Virginia utilizes approximately 15 to 20 gigawatts annually in a peak condition. Data centers want to be in Fairfax County. They have been here since the 1950s. Today, there are existing data centers adjacent to residential communities unbeknownst to the residents. These data centers employ older technologies, more archaic technologies that are not as efficient as today's. These are legacy facilities. The efficiency of the industry has evolved tremendously from mainframe computers the size of this auditorium down to GPUs that fit in the palm of your hand, capable of processing data at an exponential rate. Data centers are a homegrown industry in Fairfax County. This is their birthplace. If regulation is passed that exceeds current requirements, data centers will leave, and with them the economic incentives and associated investment in the county's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 63 is Richard Newman, to be followed by Daniel Bentrit, speaker number 64. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Richard Newman. I am a lifelong resident of 59 years in the county and of the Mason District jurisdiction. I just wanted to speak regarding the investment that some of the data center developers have spoken about. Plaza 500 submitted their application, initial application 8 days after the Chantilly Premier data center was approved, and after the county said that data centers should meet the county recommendations. Plaza 500's initial submission was rejected by the county as being incomplete and was deemed unacceptable. Following an initial review completed on April 19th, the application was disapproved and sent back to the developer with 10 of the 11 review items being deemed needing sufficient correction. In conversations with the county staff on April 23rd, it was indicated that the application was missing important information that would allow for a thorough review, and update was again requested. So I just wanted to speak to the notion that these were well thought out, highly expensive submissions with a lot of capital investment. I don't believe that's the case in this particular application to begin with, and I just wanted to bring that to the county's attention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 64 is Daniel Ben Chitrit. I hope I'm reading this right. Stand to be corrected if not. Welcome.
It's close enough. My name is Daniel Ben Chitrit. I'm a resident of the Bren Point community, and I wanted to come and kind of bring up some things that I heard today. The first thing is I don't think I've heard anyone who's in favor of additional requirements say that they're against data centers. I work in tech. I see the value of data centers. I'm not against data centers. What I'm against is being able to put them so close to residential properties without additional restrictions. You know, we heard things about people not walking to the metro over a mile. I've walked many times from my house, which is over a mile, to the metro. I've lived in other communities where I've been about a mile away, and I've walked. I've had people walk from the metro to visit me. It is not uncommon to walk that type of distance to the metro. I've also grew up near a highway. So I understand the volume, the sounds. I've also worked at data centers, and I know that the sounds are different. And one is all day going, and one is only doing, maybe rush hour type traffic. These things are very different. The last thing I'll kind of bring up is, if these organizations, these companies are doing what's in the best interest of the residents and of people, they wouldn't be going and asking for, additional special treatment, trying to rush their plans through. They wouldn't be worried about having to resubmit and not having a grandfathered clause in, because they would want to be doing what's best for the people that live in that community. I also work in cybersecurity, and I've seen what happened with limited regulations. Breaches happen, things like that happen, because companies are not in it to protect people. They're in it for profit. They're for-profit businesses. They're going to do what's in the best interest of their shareholders or of the people that are going to make money off of it. And so without additional regulations, there will be issues, because they might say, oh, well, we're going to do what's best. But when push comes to shove, they're going to end up doing what's best for their bottom line. You've seen layoffs recently because companies aren't doing what's in the best interest of their employees. They're doing what's in the best interest of their bottom line. They're not there to make sure that people are, working. They're there to make sure that the company is profitable. Previously, up until a couple of years ago, I'll say, the data center industry was not very profitable. Google Cloud, for example, was losing billions of dollars a year on billions of dollars of revenue, because they were just trying to go in and take stuff away from Azure and AWS. If they're losing money sometimes and they're doing this type of development, they might not be paying as much taxes because they're going to be taking those losses. And so the economic piece of this is also something to think about. A lot of these tech companies are not paying a lot of taxes. They're losing a little bit of money, and it's just something to think about. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that is the end of my speakers who have signed up in advance and who signed up today. Let me ask, before I turn to callers, make sure there's no one else present who has not already spoken that would like to on this matter. Okay, let me ask the clerk if we have any callers.
We do have one caller, Joy Waller, speaking on behalf of the North Franconia Civic Association.
Okay. Ms. Waller, can you hear us okay?
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Joy Waller, and I'm representing the North Franconia Civic Association, which is in the Franconia district. There are homes within our neighborhood that are less than 4,000 feet, because we're across the interstate to the south from the potential Plaza 500 data center. I'm speaking this evening because the North Franconia Civic Association believes that the proposed regulations that were recommended by the Planning Commission are not strict enough. At a bare minimum, no data center should be built by right. Every single one of them should pass through the special exception process. Given what we know about how the noise of data center hum carries even miles away, a setback of even 200 feet from residences is wildly inadequate. Even 1,000 feet may not be adequate. I haven't heard any of the data center industry representatives this evening say that they live less than 1,000 feet from a data center or an electrical substation and that they're totally fine living there. In fact, I haven't heard anyone who opposes new regulation of the data center industry say that they live anywhere near one. Given the dense populations near the metro stations, data centers definitely shouldn't be located within 1 mile from our metro stations. And I was interested in the recent discussion about that because on the Land Use Committee, we've been told repeatedly that areas that are well over 1 mile away from the metro are walkable and that this is where the county is planning the most dense housing. And oh, by the way, we don't need as much parking space for those people because they won't be driving, they'll all be taking metro. So with all due respect, I believe that, within 1 mile of the metro is something that should be protected. Next, let's look at the timing of all this. The Board of Supervisors recognized that there was a problem with the zoning ordinance and wanted to create the gold standard for data centers. So county staff researched and created the report, and the Planning Commission held their hearing, and the Board of Supervisors is now holding this public hearing. And all of this was done as quickly and efficiently as possible rather than being drawn out for years like ZMOD. So why is that? It's because you all, the Board of Supervisors, recognize that our current regulations are lacking and needed to be changed ASAP. So therefore, it makes zero sense to grandfather any existing applications and say that whatever regulations you enact this evening won't apply to any proposed data center that is currently in the application process. We've heard that data center applications represent thousands of dollars of work, possibly even millions. And to paraphrase, that it wouldn't be fair to them to change the rules now. So I'd like to look at that argument in two different contexts. The first one is, let's think about school boundaries. For many people, the home that they buy is the biggest investment they will ever make. And yet, simply stated, buying a house that is in a particular school pyramid is no guarantee that your house will always be in that particular school pyramid. The second context is other land use changes. I think I mentioned I'm a member of the Franconia District Land Use Committee, so we know that just because a property is zoned one way at the time you bought your house, that is no guarantee that it will always be zoned that way. In fact, residents are often surprised by changes in land use, but there are no guarantees just because you spent $1 million, often much more, on a home. So if there is no grandfathering process for residents to make land use or school boundaries the same as it was when they bought their house, why would it be any different for data center developers? The bottom line is that if these regulations are important enough to enact, then they're important enough to apply to all projects, even those that have currently filed an application. Frankly, there is no way that developers will no longer want to build data centers in Fairfax County after these regulations are enacted. Our location alone ensures that companies will continue to try to build data centers in Fairfax County wherever possible. We are not going to lose tax dollars. In closing, we request that you, as elected officials, maximize the protections for the citizens of the county. And in closing, I ask you also to think about this. If you lived less than 1,000 feet from a property where a data center could be built by right and associated electrical substation, what regulations would you want your county government to enact? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And let me ask if there are any other callers on the line.
There are no additional callers.
There are no other callers on the line. Okay. Having heard all that testimony, I think I had down 65 speakers. We had a few that didn't show up, but want to thank everyone for their testimony. And let me turn back to staff. I know a long time ago when you gave us our presentation, but if you could please provide any closing comments and a recommendation from county staff.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on the amendment on June 5th, and on June 6th, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the amendment with the text as presented in the staff report dated May 17th, 2024, and where options are presented, the Planning Commission recommended option 1, with the exception for the revisions to the setback standards that I mentioned in my presentation previously. The Planning Commission also recommended adding provisions relating to previous approvals to Appendix 1 of the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me ask if there are any questions at this time from board members. Any questions at this time for board members? Seeing and hearing none, we'll now close the public hearing and recognize Supervisor Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In order to give the board a chance to reflect on the testimony we heard from a lot of people, I am going to make a motion to defer decision. Mr. Chairman, I move to defer decision only for the proposed zoning ordinance amendment for data centers to a date certain of July 30, 2024, with the record remaining open for written testimony. I further move that prior to this meeting, staff develop language for Appendix 1 of the zoning ordinance for the board's consideration that would address site plans that have been approved or accepted for review on or before July 16, 2024, and would allow these site plans to be reviewed under the current zoning ordinance provisions. Site plans accepted after July 16th would be subject to any new regulations to be adopted.
Thank you. Supervisor Smith, you've heard the motion. I'm happy to second the motion to defer this. Discussion on the deferral motion.
Just a question.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor
So
Alcorn.
this is just a request for staff to draw up the language. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Let me just thank Supervisor Smith for making a motion to defer this. We have been at this for a while. We heard a lot of things tonight. 4.5 hours of testimony, and to me would be a disservice to those who testified to try to act on this at this point and allow every member of this board to be able to absorb the testimony, ask additional questions of our staff that we may think of over the next couple days, and come back for a decision in 2 weeks when our board meets again. And so I thank you for offering that deferral motion. All those in favor of deferring or the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And that motion carries 10-0, and the board is adjourned.